Accursed Hollow.
Selama Ashalanore.
I yearn for battle.
Finally. I will not be denied.
So it begins.
Reckoning is at hand.
For the Nexus! Do your worst!
Stitches want to play.
Ready for adventure!
Get ready for combat. Stitches no like you.
You will have much to account for when this is over.
Done waiting. We start in 10 seconds. 5, 3, 1. Playtime!
What secrets shall we uncover? bring great evil upon us. Exactly. Just what I needed.
I feel good.
Heroes, gather tribute and earn my favor.
Ah, yes. My journey continues.
A fine hero there.
I feel good.
Protect me. This calls for a retreat. No prophecy spoke of this.
You inspired me, Wheeler.
I grow tired of your petty squabbling. Gather tribute, earn my favor.
This is your doing, I assume.
Maybe now you'll learn to respect your elders.
Continue to serve me. Disciple.
Exactly.
Garfield.
You bring great evil upon us.
Killing
Going somewhere?
I thought I saw Leah. Exactly.
Going somewhere? I needed that.
A testament to my glory.
Garfield.
Gather tribute
thankful you are
or
here.
face my curse. The choice is simple.
Please destroy forward.
Be wary. Something is amiss.
Ah, yes. Stay a while and listen.
Thank you, healer.
Good kill.
Your spree has met its end.
Go to your graves. Exactly.
I needed that.
Well done. Let us press on. A fine heel there. Consider your...
Trust this dangerous hero.
You inspire me, healer.
Shall we see if gathers enough tribute this time?
I hope you
Life essence. This is your doing, I assume.
My favor is yours. Your enemies shall fall. curse ends. Perhaps now, as it
Their death is our fount of power.
a fine heel there.
Healing makes stitches happy. She's talent.
You bring great evil upon us. What secrets shall we uncover? Fine work, my
Good
friends.
Defend our ally. It is the only course.
Stay a while.
Answer for your transgressions.
Squabbling. Gather drift.
Our enemy thinks us conquered. Reveal their error.
Moment fair.
My curse upon you.
No prophecy spoke of this. Stay a while. This is intolerable.
Has been my essence. This is your greatness.
Thank you.
I shall come and help.
Enough! The curse is over.
I feel good.
Oh, minions!
A testament to my glory.
Healing makes stitches happy.
I am on my way to you.
Good. Good. Continue to serve me. This cycle.
My magic is yours.
is happy. MVP.
Dragonshire.
Victory for the Forsaken!
So it begins.
I yearn for battle.
Reckoning will not be denied.
None shall flee my stand ready. I'm in.
Victory above all.
For the Nexus!
Get ready for combat.
The last of Tyrion's Horadrim. Why he put such faith in mortals is beyond me.
We are more than what we seem.
We start in 10 seconds. 5, 3, 1. Let battle begin!
yourself worthy to wield the Dragon Knight's power? Prove
I'm
it.
practice running
Take
away.
control of the shrines.
I'm ready to continue the hunt. I must retreat. Well done.
Capture the shrines. Inherit the Dragon Knight's power, and lay waste to this forsaken kingdom.
Now that was amusing.
My journey continues.
Refreshing. Ah, much better. Refreshing.
Enough of you! Ah, yes.
You have my thanks, healer. I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad to have you here.
What secrets shall we uncover?
Returning to base.
Fall back and form ranks.
Exactly. This is intolerable.
Well done. Ah, much better.
Assist me at once.
I am renewed. Refreshing.
It seems you've proven useful here.
Refreshing.
Do you expect thanks for fulfilling your duty?
My mana is too low. I am short on mana.
Ah, much better.
Persuade these mercenaries to join us.
I will be there shortly.
My journey continues. I am surrounded by fiends.
I can get used to this. Let's get out of here.
I will join your fight.
This calls for a retreat.
Stay together now.
Do you expect thanks for fulfilling your duty?
Our troubles have only begun. I am on the way to help. For the Horadrim!
I'm heading over here.
At last.
You shall burn.
I'm off to this incredibly
For
interesting
the Horadrim!
Meet your end with dignity.
The darkness is coming. Yes, that will do.
Do you expect thanks for fulfilling your duty?
Go to your graves!
It's
I have seen enough.
done. You managed
Now.
not to fail. Do you expect thanks for fulfilling your duty?
For the Horadrim!
Unfortunately, I cannot.
Thanks for the relief, healer.
Quieting here. You bring great evil upon us.
It won't be long before the shrines are ready for the taking.
Perhaps you are not entirely a burden. I require help.
There must always be a Dragon Knight, but will it be you?
Refreshing.
am surrounded by fiends.
Know your place. Inazar Theranar. Meet your end.
Stay a while and listen.
The fire comes for you.
Exactly.
My strength returns.
This strength was never used.
There is something disquieting here.
Do you expect me to?
Know your place.
Well done, healer.
I will admit, that was nearly impressive. I knew you would require help.
There is something disquieting here. Oh, minions! Brilliant!
Refreshing.
Prepare yourselves, heroes. The shrines will soon be active again.
Maybe now you'll learn to respect your elders. The darkness is coming. Enough of you!
Take hold of the shrines. Earn the Dragon Knight's power.
Want to help me before it's too late? I can't do this on my own.
Ah, yes.
I will have my vengeance.
Know your place. Thanks for the relief. Deserved. Going somewhere?
I'm glad to have you here.
Thanks for the relief, healer.
I tried to save this realm. Now it
This
burns.
is coming. This is intolerable. Get out! At last. The resistance split.
No joy.
Foul minions!
Well struck. Now that was amusing. Glad to have you in the field.
My strength returns.
Fine work, my friends.
Want to help me before it's too late?
Do you expect thanks for fulfilling your duty?
You have my thanks.
Ah, much better.
Power gathers within the shrine. Seeking the new Dragon Knight.
Most appreciated.
Become the Dragon Knight and claim vengeance for my family.
I will admit, that was nearly impressive.
Want to help me before it's too late?
Surrounded by
It seems you've proven useful, Hina.
Make your enemies suffer as I
Something finally went right.
My strength returns.
fine work, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
That beast is not my beloved. Not anymore.
Persuade these mercenaries to join us. Enough of you! The darkness is coming.
You have my thanks, healer.
gone, but his power remains. Control the shrines and make use of it.
Most appreciated.
My husband is dead. Remind this king of his strength.
You call that a killing spree? Threads do good. MVP.
Here we go again!
Logical decision. So it begins.
I heed the voice of Elune.
reckoning is at hand. So it begins. I have studied the forces of evil for many long years.
Done waiting. We start in 10 seconds. 5, 3, time to kill!
Surrounded by fiends.
Have you done this before?
Excellent healing. Keep it up, friend. This dangerous hero. The darkness is coming. Well fought.
My health is renewed.
You bring great evil upon us. At last.
Danger. Very bad. Choose talent.
An
excellent strike.
Once.
Excellent healing. Keep it up, friends.
Ready yourselves. We must claim them first.
My health is renewed.
Finally, the altars are ready. Capture them, heroes, and be quick about it!
Be gone from my domain.
Excellent
powers
healing.
assail
Keep
the
it up,
Raven Lord!
I'm going to stay back. Back!
Choose talent. Invigorating.
Our troubles have only begun. For the Horadrim! I truly need that.
Just right again, heroes.
Lay claim to the altars.
Excellent
Not
healing.
disappointing.
Keep it up, friend.
Expected outcome. Too dead.
You're improving.
The Raven Lord will fall before me.
Choose talent.
At last. This needs our defense.
My thanks to you, healer.
Listen. At last.
The altars stand ready. Capture them before the Raven Lord's pawns do. Show the Raven Lord the extent of my power! Fire the towers! Destroy the Raven Lord!
I am surrounded by fiends. Fine work, my friends. How useful. Our troubles have only begun.
strength is renewed.
Have you done this before?
This needs our defense.
We have all 6 towers! Let the bombardment begin!
There is something disquieting here.
Another altar, another battle.
Excellent healing. Keep it up, friend. Well done, friends. Keep up the fight.
The altars belong to those who claim them.
MVP.
Praxis holdout.
So it begins.
Someone.
better be ready for this.
I will always fight against the darkness.
We start in 10 seconds. 5, 3, 1. Time to kill!
At last.
Clearing out. Aw, you look like me.
Quiet.
Game on.
The beacons are energizing. You have to control them.
Lich King.
Beacons have activated. Control them. Let this work.
I must retreat.
This calls for a retreat.
Clearing out.
I am well again.
A valiant strike.
I am surrounded by fiends.
You have my thanks for now.
Good.
Aw, you must like me.
Insufficient manpower.
Now I'll show them.
Enough of you!
Game on.
Excellent healing.
Excellent. The enemy will have to deal with a much larger wave of Zerg than we will.
This realm is not yours to corrupt.
Killing spree.
Good.
healing.
I'll take more of that.
Excellent healing. A valiant strike. An opportune intervention, friend. I'm going to stay back. Back! No prophecy spoke of this. Hell yeah!
Goliath on.
The beacons are energizing.
I'm back in the fight.
Stay a while and listen. I thank you, healer. Whatever you are. Exactly.
오, 난 멋진데?
The beacons are active once again. Control them before the enemy does.
Go to your grave. Press on to victory. Stay dead. You have done well. There is something disquieting.
Healed up.
You bring great evil upon us.
It seems we have fewer Zerg to deal with than our enemy. That's some small comfort at least.
I thank you, healer.
I am well again.
Press on to victory.
Healed up.
Need I remind you that the Zerg are chewing apart our base? Do something about them!
Game on.
I thank you, healer.
さもなくば去れ。
I hear the call. Evolve. Conquer.
Locked and loaded.
So it begins.
My hatred is unending.
My blades are yours.
Frostborn hungers.
Vanquish the weak! Well met, friend.
Ah, you were always my favorite champion to fight alongside.
Restart in 10 seconds. Assist 5, 3, 1. Playtime!
The darkness is coming. I always hoped my life would have meaning. Oh, I came back? last. We shall not fight alone. You bring great evil upon us.
Choose talent.
What secrets shall we uncover?
Heroes, gather tribute and earn my favor.
For the Horadrim! What secrets shall we uncover?
Health returns.
Oh, I came back? My journey continues. For the Horadrim!
I grow tired of your petty squabbling. Gather tribute. Earn my favor.
Foul minions! Ah, yes.
Thank you, healer.
Exactly. We shall protect this. Ah.
Health returns.
Shall we see who gathers
A
enough tribute
testament
this
to
time?
my glory.
Exactly. Ah. last. For the Horadrim! Exactly.
Gather tribute or face my curse. The choice is simple.
Yes, that will do.
A fine heel there.
There is something disquieting here.
The curse falls upon you, heroes. Will you survive it?
This is intolerable. Our troubles have only begun.
My curse subsides.
For the Horadrim! What secret shall we uncover?
Consider your flame extinguished.
At last.
Look out.
There is something disquieting here.
Health returns.
You bring great evil upon us.
MVP.
So it begins.
I bring the Mega Death. So it begins.
The light abandons no man.
Anytime you're ready.
Combat! The forces of light will vanquish you. There is something disquieting here.
Done waiting. We start in 10 seconds. 5, 3, battle begin!
There is something disquieting here.
Efficient healing. Cheap.
Do what you will.
For the horizon!
As it should be.
At last.
I've just learned that some of my best fighters are being held by the Horde. I'm counting on you to bust them out.
As it should be.
Nice heal, baby.
I'm going to stay back. Our troubles have only begun. I will accompany you.
The Horde's attacking our camp! Secure the cage before it's too late.
This is intolerable. understand.
Cash is something else, bro. Plăcerea mea nevinovată, bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simți cel mai bine și pe mine, și în mine. Plăcerea mea nevinovată, bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simți cel mai bine și pe mine, și în mine. Femeia este bună atunci când este pornistă. Nu e de ajuns să ai bibie și pizdă. Dacă nu-și dă drumul repede este grav. Se smecherește prostul și uite că e un sclav. Dacă asculti piesa asta, te acasă la al tău și fute să-i sară ochii, fute-l rău. Ia-i pula în gură, uită-te în ochii lui, că îi are rău și zici că a fumat un cui. Plăcerea mea nevinovată, bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simți cel mai bine și pe mine, și în mine. Plăcerea mea nevinovată, bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simți cel mai bine și pe mine, și în mine. Pedețește-mă o noapte, vreau să fiu auzul tău. Îmbrăcat în doctoriță, îți fac un consum cadou. Dezbracă-te de tot, te analizez total. În primul rând la coaie și în al doilea la ciocan. Dacă asculti piesa asta, tu te acasă la al tău și fute-l să-i sară ochii, fute-l rău. Ia-i pula în gură, uită-te în ochii lui, că îi are rău și zici că a fumat un cui. Plăcerea mea nevinovată, bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simți cel mai bine și pe mine, și în mine. Plăcerea mea nevinovată, bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simți cel mai bine și pe mine, și în mine. I told you, cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro. Se combina cu alta, dar uite.
You're the real rockstar. Where's my crew at?
Looks like we're gonna have another prison camp to knock down.
The darkness is...
Let's heal, baby.
Stay a while.
I've got eyes on our forces. Move in. Get them out of there.
And stay dead. No prophecy spoken this.
You're the real.
We need to disarm the cage until the lock is open. Don't let the horde near it. Sacrifice will not be in vain. The Frost Wolves are finished.
Fine.
Cash is something else, bro. Se combină cu alta, dar uite fraierică, nu o să mai găsească o așa păsărică. Nu este vrăjeală, nu este Caterinca, dar îmi e dor de el, deși avea pula mică. Iubeam și eu când mă doi o căprui, că mă punea bambi, fute-maș în gura lui și mă făcea să-mi dau drumul mereu, când mi-l băga în pizdă și în bombeu. Lacrima curge după pula ta. Singură, singură, singură în camera mea. Mă gândesc la pula ta. Ce aș vrea după ce pleci de la ea. Să mă duc și să vii să facem prostii ceva. Singură, singură, singură în camera mea. Mă gândesc și ce zic. Și o să-ți dau jet și o să mă piși pe tine, că ai vrut sex sălbatic și te-ai dus după iubire. Iubeam și eu când vad o eu căprui, că mă punea Bambi, fute-maș în gura lui și mă făcea să-mi dau drumul mereu, când mi-l băga în pizdă și în bombeu. La, 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 lacrima curge după pula ta. I told you. Cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro. Haide, domn profesor, haide, iubii meu, te rog să-ți dai drumul pe caietul meu. Nu mă așteptam să văd așa ciocanul, nu m-ai ascultat, baby, mi-ai simțit oralul. La oral și anal am cele mai bune medii, că domnul profesor îmi este și sugar daddy. Ba mă fute în cur, ba îmi sparge pizda, ba îmi dă la muie și sunt de vârstă cu fiza. Am multe absențe, dar le motivează iubii, în toată facultatea singura ce n-are dubii. Îi place să mă fută ca ultima brută și eu sunt ok că nu mă mai ascultă. Bam, sunt majoră de un an. Haide, domn profesor, haide, iubii meu, te rog să-ți dai drumul pe caietul meu. Nu mă așteptam să văd așa ciocanul, nu m-ai ascultat, baby, mi-ai simțit oralul. Haide, domn profesor, haide, iubii meu, te rog să-ți dai drumul pe caietul meu. Nu mă așteptam să văd așa ciocanul, nu m-ai ascultat, baby, mi-ai simțit oralul. Am lipsit ultima oară, dar mi-a făcut rezumat și ca drept răsplată, hocus pocus l-am sculat. Și ce l-am mai sub și ce l-am mai lins, pe domnul profesor sub birou cu becul stins. Am multe absențe, dar le motivează iubii, în toată facultatea singura ce n-are dubii. Îi place să mă fută ca ultima brută și eu sunt ok că nu mă mai ascultă. Bam, sunt majoră de un an. Haide, domn profesor, haide, iubii meu, te rog să-ți dai drumul pe caietul meu. Nu mă așteptam să văd așa ciocanul, nu m-ai ascultat, baby, mi-ai simțit oralul. Haide, domn profesor, haide, iubii meu, te rog să-ți dai drumul pe caietul meu. Nu mă așteptam să văd așa ciocanul, nu m-ai ascultat, baby, mi-ai simțit oralul. I've told you, cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro. Vorbește-mi urât, bagă-ți pula morții mei și mama că sunt curvă și că am talentul ei. Prima dată ciupa-ciups, a doua o pulă mică, că aveam 18 când am vrut o păsărică. Haide baby-mi place scuipată și bătută, lărgește-mă cât poți că ador să fiu futută. Bagă-ți cana micină ca pușcăria și să simt în stomac cum mai zboară flutura și vreau să mă lași fără glas și și să urlu extaz. Vezi, deja te-am dus de nas, că mai spart încă un ceas. Un ceas și 10 minute, Doamne, ce bine mă fute. Sincer, aș mai vrea o dată, dă-te în sânge să te bată. Vreau să mă lași fără glas și să urlu extaz. Vezi, deja te-am dus de nas, că mai spart încă un ceas. Un ceas și 10 minute, Doamne, ce bine mă fute. Sincer, aș mai vrea o dată, dă-te în sânge să te bată. Sunt haladită rău și-am vorbele la mine. Sunt haz mondial, băiete, te rog, reține. Îți fac recuzită cătușe de-alea cu puf, dar dacă te văd prea pot să iau un pămătuf. Haide, baby-mi place scuipată și bătută. Lărgește-mă cât poți că ador să fiu futută. Bagă-ți cana micină, ca pușcăria și să simt în stomac cum mai zboară fluturașii. Vreau să mă lași fără glas și să urlu extaz. Vezi, deja te-am dus de nas, că mai spart încă un ceas. Un ceas și 10 minute, Doamne, ce bine mă fute. Sincer, aș mai vrea o dată, dă-te în sânge să te bată. Something else, bro. La da da dun da dun da. Cash is something else, bro. Ah, le le le, ah, le le la. Fut-o pe prințesa ta. Au, 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 dă tare cu biciul. Mă mănâncă-n cură, tu bagă-mi cariciu. Ah, le le le, ah, le le la. Fut-o pe prințesa ta. Au, 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 dă tare cu biciul. Mă mănâncă-n cură, tu bagă-mi cariciu. Tatuată pe picior cu un tigru malezian. Vrea să simtă buzele și limbuța de golan. Urcă, 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 baby, lasă la o parte frica, că dacă ai trecut de tigru poți să mângâi păsărica. Sărută-mă și lasă-mă îmbătată de sex, că sunt o perversă și tu un pervers. Durex cu banani, honey, ești prea loc. O să știi că mie-mi place doar mirosul de coco. Ah, le le le, ah, le le la. Fut-o pe prințesa ta. Au, 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 dă tare cu biciul. Mă mănâncă-n cură, tu bagă-mi cariciu. Ah, le le le, ah, le le la. Fut-o pe prințesa ta. Au, 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 dă tare cu biciul. Mă mănâncă-n cură, tu bagă-mi cariciu. Tatuată și pe cur cu fața lui Harley Quinn, care îți face cu ochiul când intru puțin puțin. Ți-am dat contra mie, dar muie și mare flegmă pe ochi. Ori ai numai gândurile, ori mai scuipate de ochi. Sărută-mă și lasă-mă îmbătată de sex, că sunt o perversă și tu un pervers. Durex cu banane, honey, ești prea loc. O să știi că mie-mi place doar mirosul de coco. Ah, le le le, ah, le le la. Fut-o pe prințesa ta. Au, 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 dă tare cu biciul. Mă mănâncă-n cură, tu bagă-mi cariciu. Ah, le le le, ah, le le la. Fut-o pe prințesa ta. Au, 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 dă tare cu biciul. Mă mănâncă-n cură, tu bagă-mi cariciu.
I've told you, cash is something else, bro.
Cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro. Am primit pe mail aseară, invitație de la șeful, să mă duc la el acasă, că nevasta i-a luat cheful. Are chef de muie, nebun. Eu sunt numărul 1, dar numărul 1. Cred că abia așteaptă să-și dea drumul în mine. Știe că fac sală și am nevoie de proteine. În 15 minute ajung, bossule, stai liniștit. Mă urc în mașină și vin să te înghit. Hai, șefule, deși nu te opri. Hai, șefule, că mi-arde de prostii. Pune-mă cum vrei, nu contează scenariul. Dăm cu pula pe limbă dacă tot nu-mi dai salariul. Hai, șefule, deși nu te opri. Hai, șefule, că mi-arde de prostii. Pune-mă cum vrei, nu contează scenariul. Dăm cu pula pe limbă dacă tot nu-mi dai salariul. Îmi pun pantofii cu toc și plec doar într-un body. Am paltonul roșu că-s prințesa Bloody. Îl zgâri pe tot corpul până îi dă sângelele. Când se uită în oglindă să-mi vadă urmele. Sunt o nenorocită, îi supula lui bossul. Lui bossul meu frumos, lui aia și-mi gură slobosul. Bossul chiparos sau mă bate nemilosul. Îmi dă flegme pe muie și eu îi flegmez pulosul. Hai, șefule, deși nu te opri. Hai, șefule, că mi-arde de prostii. Pune-mă cum vrei, nu contează scenariul. Dăm cu pula pe limbă dacă tot nu-mi dai salariul. Hai, șefule, deși nu te opri. Hai, șefule, că mi-arde de prostii. Pune-mă cum vrei, nu contează scenariul. Dăm cu pula pe limbă dacă tot nu-mi dai salariul. I've told you.
Cash is something else, bro.
Te vezi mare pulă, dar ești doar un cățeluș. Ești fier când te fugi și te suc de ăsta rochii. Nu zice că nu-ți place, dă-te morții mătii. Aoleu, măi, mamă, ce burtică de tătic. Vreau lapte de pulă, haide baby, știi ce zic. Chiar dacă sunt mică, regula se aplică. Am mare foc pe pulă și pe limbi în păsărică. Cauți vreau să merg, push. Să găsesc un lache și să ne futem în duș. Tăgădâm, bam, bam. Ador să fac muie și sexul anal. Cauți vreau să merg, push. Să găsesc un lache și să ne futem în duș. Tăgădâm, bam, bam. Ador să fac muie și sexul anal. Eu tăgădâm, push. Te țin prizonier că am făcut școala la ruș. Te torturez că am o recuzită culcătușe și pici în timp ce te ling în cur. Aoleu, măi, mamă, ce burtică de tătică. Vreau lapte de pulă, haide baby, știi ce zic. Chiar dacă sunt mică, regulă se aplică. Am mare foc pe pulă și pe limbi în păsărică. Cauți vreau să merg, push. Să găsesc un lache și să ne futem în duș. Tăgădâm, bam, bam. Ador să fac muie și sexul anal. Cauți vreau să merg, push. Să găsesc un lache și să ne futem în duș. Tăgădâm, bam, bam. Ador să fac muie și sexul anal.
I've told you.
Cash is something else, bro. Știu că ești ocupat, dar de ce te-am sunat? Vrei să vii la mine să ne fugărim prin pat?
Am o întâlnire, dar o să sun acum, să o anulez și după pornesc la drum.
Bine, baby meu, să nu mă tragi pe sfoară. Te aștept în dormitor, în sutin și în pista goală.
Vorbește, fă frumos, că te întreci cu gluma. Mi-ai zis două vorbe și mi s-a sculat pula.
Ce nebun ești, honey, lipsa ta mă-ndoaie. Abia aștept să ajung să-ți dau limbi pe coaie.
Fătați morții mătii, nu mai fi muistă, că și așa sunt fier și am mare chef de pizdă.
Mă bucur de ce spui, deja mă apucă frica. Sunt ironică când mă mănâncă păsărica.
Ascultă la băiatul, ia-o ușor și las-o. Îți dau daună totală și nici măcar nu ai casco.
Ce cum mă bună să nu o mai faci. Vino sânge odată, vreau să mă satisfaci.
Stai în pula mea că sunt la benzinărie, să iau maratoane să vezi mare șmecherie.
Lasă-l în slobos, să scoliu nu face griji. Vino mai repede că sudă toată la mine.
O fă că vine acum, stai așa să parchezi și să moară mie de nu te terorizezi.
Îți las ușa deschisă, mai Osama Bin Laden. Te aștept să te fut, în păcate să cădem.
O am tare ca piatră, mă jur pe toți sfinții, că dacă le iei în gură o să ți se miște dinții.
Nu mai face glume că încep să am regrete. Și apropo de asta vezi că am de mult fațete.
Mă fut în gura ta, hai pregătește-te, că-ți bag pula în gură de scot fațetele.
Nu mă mai amenința, hai ajuns deja. Bine ai venit în mine, te pup iubirea mea. I told you, cash is something else, bro.
Something else, bro.
Astăzi legea nu se schimbă, doar dacă ai deget și limbă. Noi vrem pulă cât se poate, zi de zi, noapte de noapte. Astăzi legea nu se schimbă, doar dacă ai deget și limbă. Noi vrem pulă cât se poate, zi de zi, noapte de noapte. Că avea aur la bărnă, dar puțică era mică. Nu are cum diamantul să atingă un știv. Scuze, baby, plec că zici că ai buton de lift. Sunt prea dezamăgită, nici măcar nu mai ling. Tu în mintea mea erai un fel de Johnny Sins. Credeam că ești regizor de scenarii XXX, dar este subțire, parcă e mină de pic. Astăzi legea nu se schimbă, doar dacă ai deget și limbă. Noi vrem pulă cât se poate, subțire, parcă e mină de pic. Astăzi legea nu se schimbă, doar dacă ai dege și limbă. Noi vrem pulă cât se poate, zi de zi, noapte de noapte. Astăzi legea nu se schimbă, doar dacă ai dege și limbă. Noi vrem pulă cât se poate, zi de zi, noapte de noapte.
Something else, bro.
Cash is something else, bro.
Yala, 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 ești o nesătulă. Yala, 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 pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fona, zici că a venit taifunul. Yala, 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 ești o nesătulă. Yala, 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 pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fona, zici că a venit taifunul. Nymphomaniac, te fuci și te bat. Îți spar dinții din gură ca-n pulosul betonat. Fă-ia, fii atentă, că să moară mama. Dacă spun pula pe spate, o să țin doi coloană.
Suntem doi nebuni perverși, că vrem doar futăi și cash. Ce bine ne potrivim, amândoi cu sexativ.
Yala, 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 ești o nesătulă. Yala, 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 pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fără zici că a venit taifunul. Yala, 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 ești o nesătulă. Yala, 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 pulă. nesătulă. Ia-la, 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 ia-la pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fonat, zici că a venit taifunul. Ia-la, 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 ești o nesătulă. Ia-la, 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 ia-la pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fonat, zici că a venit taifunul.
I fooled you. Catch you something else, bro. Yeah, 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 yeah. Cash is something else, bro. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o la labă, mă rupe colanul. Că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o la labă, mă rupe colanul. Că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul. Te pup, iubirea mea, te-am sunat cu mare dor. Că încă mă gândesc la tot ce-a fost în dormitor. Mi-ai rupt extensiile și abia erau puse. Să-mi dai banii pe ele și pe sirop de tuse. După ce-ți termin treaba, vino, vino, vino. Să țip ca toți dragii până apare Nino, Nino. Mă înjură vecinii că perversa ta în pat e bombă nucleară și am cam terorizat. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o e la labă, mă rupe golanul. Că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o e la labă, mă rupe golanul. Că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul. Zici că doză de bere intră și îmi dă plăcere. Dacă zic că nu mai pot, tu dă în continuare vere. Ți-am făcut dans instructajul, gata că începe sevrajul. Vino să mă fut sau îmi chem tot anturajul. După ce-ți termin treab, vino, vino, vino. Să țip ca toți dragii până apare Nino, Nino. Mă înjură vecinii că perversa ta în pat e bombă nucleară și am cam terorizat. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o e la labă, mă rupe golanul. Că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o e la labă, mă rupe golanul. Că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul.
I told you. Cash is something else, bro.
Cash is something else, bro. Cox, 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 bagă cox, cox, cox. Fute-mă și bate-mă, mai ceva ca la box. Ia-mă la capace ca băieții din comando. Mie Mi-ai băgat pula în pizdă și stă ajuta Ronaldo. Cox, 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 bagă cox, cox, cox. Fute-mă și bate-mă mai ceva ca la box. Ia-mă la capace ca băieții din comando. Mi-ai băgat pula în pizdă și stă ajuta Ronaldo. Ești prea misterios, te uiți și nu zici nimic. Și în secunda 2 simt degetul pe lindic. Începe să mă ia cu transpirații. Că ești genul ăla ce oferă satisfacții. Îmi place de tine, zici că ai luat-o pe ciuperci. Ai halucinații, văd că pe balcon ți-o freci. Îmi faci semn să vin cu încă 2 cuie. Unul tu, unul eu, în timp ce îmi dai la muie. Cox, 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 bagă cox, cox, cox. Fute-mă și bate-mă mai ceva ca la box. Ia-mă la capace ca băieții din comando. Mi-ai băgat pula în pizdă și stă ajuta Ronaldo. Cox, 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 bagă cox, cox, cox. Fute-mă și bate-mă mai ceva ca la box. Ia-mă la capace ca băieții din comando. Mi-ai băgat pula în pizdă și stă ajuta Ronaldo. Am pe mine linii, haide trage de pe cur. Stau bine pe forme și nu am fizic de jnur. Hai bagă un geu, hai bagă un geu, împărțit în pliculețe la mine în decolteu. Îmi place de tine, zici că ai luat-o pe ciuperci. Hai halucinați-vă că pe balcon ți-o freci. Îmi faci semn să vin cu încă 2 cuie. Unul tu, unul eu, în timp ce îmi dai la muie. Cox, cox, bagă cox, cox, cox. Cox, 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 bagă cox, cox, cox. Fute-mă și bate-mă mai ceva ca la box. Ia-mă la capace ca băieții din comando. Mi-ai băgat pula în pizdă și stă ajuta Ronaldo. I've told you. Cash is something else, bro. Invită-mă la ceai, scoate-mă la cafea. Vorbește-mi urât, totul fără perdea. Spune-mi ce mi-ai face dacă aș fi a ta. Nu fi rușinos. Văd în ochii tăi doar filme pentru adulți, dar să-mi facă față nu au putut prea mulți. Și-am făcut spate doghi, stai de rămânia, și în secunda doi le-am înmuiat jucării. Arzi mai ceva ca în mijlocul verii. Ia-o ușor, baby, că vin pompierii. Miruja încins că și sarea și piperul. Sunt tu de toată, a venit pompierul. Arzi mai ceva ca în mijlocul verii. Ia-o ușor, baby, că vin pompierii. Miruja încins că și sarea și piperul. Sunt tu de toată, a venit pompierul. Vrei ceva serios sau vrei doar o aventură? Ce vreau eu îți zic, să mă iei direct în pulă. Vorbesc eu pentru tine ca mă simt trasă pe sfoară. Că la cât ești de frumos, să mor dacă ai vrăjeală. În ochii tăi doar filme pentru adulți, dar să-mi facă față nu au putut prea mulți. Dar-am făcut bate doghi style de România, și în secunda doi le-am înmuiat jucării. Arzi mai ceva ca în mijlocul verii. Ia-o ușor, baby, că vin pompierii. Miruja încins că și sarea și piperul. Sunt tu de toată, a venit pompierul. Arzi mai ceva ca în mijlocul verii. Ia-o ușor, baby, că vin pompierii. Miruja încins că și sarea și piperul. Sunt tu de toată, a venit pompierul. I told you, cash is something else, bro. Când se face 12 fix, vreau scenarii XXX, din spate și lateral, din față după deasupra. Că îmi place să mă fut cu talent de Kama Sutra. Mi-am pus tocuri înalte și o fustă scurtă. Vrei să mă vezi pe spate și apoi pe burtă? Dă-mi bice peste cur și palme peste față. Sunt domnișoara ta cea mai perversă zdreanță. Scuipă-mă în gură și bagă-mi mai tare. Vreau să tremur toată din capul. Când se face 12 fix, vreau scenarii XXX, din spate și lateral, din față după deasupra. Că îmi place să mă fut cu talent de Kama Sutra. Mi-am pus tocuri înalte și o fustă scurtă. Vrei să mă vezi pe... Cash is something else, bro. Sunt supărată rău, mă simt ca într-o celulă. În camera mea că am mare chef de pulă. Am dat niște mesaje. Cash is something else, bro. Sunt supărată rău, mă simt ca într-o celulă. În camera mea că am mare chef de pulă. Am dat niște mesaje și m-am străduit ca proasta. Că unul nu răspunde, pe altul nu lasă nevasta. Altul e la muncă, celălalt cu pula lungă. E vai morțilu și n-are cu ce să ajungă. Îl mai aveam pe unul, dar cred că m-a blocat. Că data trecută l-am legat și l-am schipat. Fumez un cui și nu știu cui să-i scriu că s-a nimănui. Vreau să mă fut, dar n-are cine să poată să mă termine. Fumez un cui și nu știu cui să-i scriu că s-a nimănui. Vreau să mă fut, mașină și mă duc până la sex shop să-mi iau un dildo și 2 vibratoare, niște lubrifianți și câteva bile anale. După mă bag în cadă și mă gândesc la lăbuș, ăla de șada la labă când făceam prostii în duș. Simt că explodez, la pizdă sunt ocean. Mi-am dat drumul tare, a sărit și pe tavan. Fumez un cui și nu știu cui să-i scriu că s-a nimănui. Vreau să mă fut, dar n-are cine să poată să mă termine. Fumez un cui și nu știu cui să-i scriu că s-a nimănui. Vreau să mă fut, dar n-are cine să poată să mă termine.
Told you. Cash is something else, bro.
Cash is something else, bro. Cox, cox, bagă cox, cox, cox. Fute-mă și bate-mă, mai ceva ca la box. Ia-mă la tabace ca băieții din comando. Mi-ai băgat pula în pizdă și stă ajuta Ronaldo. Cox, 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 bagă cox, cox, cox. Fute-mă și bate-mă, mai ceva ca la box. Ia-mă la tabace ca băieții din comando. Mi-ai băgat pula în pizdă și stă ajuta Ronaldo. Ești prea misterios, te uiți și nu zici nimic. Și în secunda 2 simt degetul pe lindic. Începe să mă ia cu transpirații, că ești genul ăla ce oferă satisfacții. Îmi place de tine, zici că ai luat-o pe ciuperci. Ai halucinații, văd că pe balcon ți-o freci. Îmi faci semn să vin cu încă 2 cuie. Unul tu, unul eu, în timp ce îmi dai la muie. Cox, 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 bagă cox, cox, cox. Fute-mă și bate-mă, mai ceva ca la box. Ia-mă la capace ca băieții din comando. Mi-ai băgat pula în pizdă și stă ajuta Ronaldo. Cox, 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 bagă cox, cox, cox. Fute-mă și bate-mă, mai ceva ca la box. Ia-mă la capace ca băieții din comando. Mi-ai băgat pula în pizdă și stă ajuta Ronaldo. Am pe mine linii, haide trage de pe cur. Stau bine pe forme și nu am fizic de jnur. Hai bagă un geu, hai bagă un geu, împărțit în pliculețe la mine în decolteu. Îmi place de tine, zici că ai luat-o pe ciuperci. Hai halucinați-vă că pe balcon ți-o freci. Îmi faci semn să vin cu încă 2 cuie. Unul tu, unul eu, în timp ce îmi dai la muie. Cox, cox, bagă cox, cox, cox. Și stă ajuta Ronaldo. I've told you. Cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro. Știu că ești ocupat, dar de ce te-am sunat? Vrei să vii la mine să ne fugărim prin pat?
Am o întâlnire, dar o să sun acum, să o anulez și după pornesc la drum.
Bine, baby meu, să nu mă tragi pe sfoară. Te aștept în dormitor, în sutin și în pista goală.
Vorbește-vă frumos că te întreci cu gluma. Mi-ai zis două vorbe și mi s-a sculat pula.
Ce nebun ești, honey, lipsa ta mă-ndoaie. Abia aștept să ajung să-ți dau limbi pe coaie.
Fătacii morții mătii, nu mai fi muistă, că și așa sunt fier și am mare chef de pistă.
Mă bucur de ce spui, deja mă apucă frica. Sunt ironică când mă mănâncă păsărica.
Ascultă la băiatul, ia-o ușor și las-o. Îți dau daună totală și nici măcar nu ai casco.
Ce cum mă bună să nu o mai faci. Vino în sânge odată, vreau să mă satisfaci.
Stai în pula mea că sunt la benzinărie. Să iau maratoane să vezi mare șmecherie.
Lasă-le în sobos, toți coleu nu face griji. Vino mai repede că sudă toată la mii.
O fă că vin acum, stai așa să parchezi și să moară mie de nu te terorizezi.
Îți las ușa deschisă, mai Osama Bin Laden. Te aștept să te fut, în păcate să cădem.
O am tare ca piatră, mă jur pe toți sfinții, că dacă le iei în gură o să ți se miște dinții.
Nu mai face glume că încep să am regrete. Și apropo de asta vezi că am de mult fațete.
Mă fut în gura ta, hai pregătește-te, că-ți bag pula în gură de scot fațetele.
Nu mă mai amenință, hai ajuns deja. Bine ai venit în mine, te pup iubirea mea. I told you, cash is something else, bro. Yeah, 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 yeah. Cash is something else, bro. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o la labă, mă rup pe colanul, că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o la labă, mă rup pe colanul, că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul. Te pup iubirea mea, te-am sunat cu mare dor, că încă mă gândesc la tot ce a fost în dormitor. Mi-ai rupt extensiile și abia erau puse, să-mi dai banii pe ele și pe sirop de tuse. După ce-ți termin treaba, vino, 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 să țip ca toți dragii până apare Nino, Nino. Mă-njură vecinii că perversa ta în pat e bombă nucleară și am cam terorizat. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o iei la labă, mă rup pe golanul, că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o iei la labă, mă rup pe golanul, că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul. Zici că doză de bere intră și îmi dă plăcere. Dacă zic că nu mai pot, tu dă în continuare vere. Ți-am făcut dans instructa, jucata că începe sevrajul. Vino să mă fut sau îmi chem tot anturaj. După ce-ți termin trag, vino, 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 să țip ca toți dragii până apare Nino, Nino. Mă-njură vecinii că perversa ta în pat e bombă nucleară și am cam terorizat. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o iei la labă, mă rup pe golanul, că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul. Baby, când mă atingi, intru direct în hipnoză. Scoală pentru mine și trimite-mi o poză. Cum ți-o iei la labă, mă rup pe golanul, că deja mi-a trimis și mă apuc de lins ecranul.
I told you. Cash is something else, bro.
Cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro. Am primit pe mail aseară, invitație de la șeful, să mă duc la el acasă, Că nevasta i-a luat cheful, are chef de muie, nebunul. Eu sunt numărul 1, dar numărul 1. Cred că abia așteaptă să-și dea drumul în mine. Știe că fac sală și am nevoie de proteine. În 15 minute ajung, bossule, stai liniștit. Mă urc în mașină și vin să te înghit. Hai, șefule, deși nu te opri. Hai, șefule, că mi-ar de prostii. Pune-mă cum vrei, nu contează scenariul. Dăm cu pula pe limbă dacă tot nu-mi dai salariul. Hai, șefule, deși nu te opri. Hai, șefule, că mi-ar de prostii. Pune-mă cum vrei, nu contează scenariul. Dăm cu pula pe limbă dacă tot nu-mi dai salariul. Îmi pun pantofii cu toc și plec doar într-un body. Am paltonul roșu că-s prințesa Bloody. Îl zgâri pe tot corpul până îi dă sângelele. Când se uită în oglindă să-mi vadă urmele. Sunt o nenorocită, îi supula lui bossul. Lui bossul meu frumos, lui aia și-n gură slobosul. Bossul chiparos sau mă bate nemilosul. Îmi dă flegme pe muie și eu îi flegmez pulosul. Hai, șefule, deși nu te opri. Hai, șefule, că mi-arde de prostii. Pune-mă cum vrei, nu contează scenariul. Dăm cu pula pe limbă dacă tot nu-mi dai salariul. Hai, șefule, deși nu te opri. Hai, șefule, că mi-arde de prostii. Pune-mă cum vrei, nu contează scenariul. Dăm cu pula pe limbă dacă tot nu-mi dai salariul. I've told you.
Cash is something else, bro.
Te vezi mare pulă, dar ești doar un cățeluș. Ești fier când te fugi și te suc de ăsta rochii. Nu zice că nu-ți place, dă-te morții mătii. Aoleu, măi, mamă, ce burtică de tătic. Vreau lapte de pulă, haide baby, știi ce zic. Chiar dacă sunt mică, regula se aplică. Am mare foc pe pulă și pe limbi în păsărică. Cauți dream să merg, push, 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 push. Să găsesc un lache și să ne futem în duș. Tăgădâm, 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 bam, bam. Ador să fac muie și sexuț anal. Cauți dream să merg, push, 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 push. Să găsesc un lache și să ne futem în duș. Tăgădâm, 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 bam, bam. Ador să fac muie și sexuț anal. Eu tăgădâm, push, push. Te țin prizonier că-am făcut școala la ruș. Te torturez că am o recuzită cool. Că tu șești și pici în timp ce te ling în cur. Aoleu, măi, mamă, ce burtică de tătică. Vreau lapte de pulă, haide baby, știi ce zic. Chiar dacă sunt mică, regulă se aplică. Am mare foc pe pulă și pe limbi în păsărică. Cauți vreau să merg, push, 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 push. Să găsesc un lache și să ne futem în duș. Tăgădâm, 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 bam, bam. Ador să fac muie și sexuț anal. Cauți vreau să merg, push, 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 push. Să găsesc un lache și să ne futem în duș. Tăgădâm, 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 bam, bam. Ador să fac muie și sexuț anal.
I've told you.
Cash salted.
Something else, bro.
Astăzi legea nu se schimbă, doar dacă ai deget și limbă. Noi vrem pulă cât se poate, zi de zi, noapte de noapte. Astăzi legea nu se schimbă, doar dacă ai deget și limbă. Noi vrem pulă cât se poate, zi de zi, noapte de noapte. Că avea aur la bărnă, dar puțică era mică. Nu are cum diamantul să atingă un știf. Scuze baby, plec că zici că ai buton de lift. Sunt prea dezamăgită, nici măcar nu mai ling. Tu în mintea mea erai un fel de Johnny Sins. Credeam că ești regizor de scenarii XXX, dar este subțire, parcă e mină de pic. Astăzi legea nu se schimbă, doar dacă ai Sunt prea dezamăgită, nici măcar nu mai ling. Iar tu în mintea mea erai un fel de Johnny Sins. Credeam că ești regizor de scenarii XXX, dar este subțire, parcă e mină de pic. Astăzi legea nu se schimbă, doar dacă ai dege și limbă. Noi vrem pulă cât se poate, zi de zi, noapte de noapte. Astăzi legea nu se schimbă, doar dacă ai dege și limbă. Noi vrem pulă cât se poate, zi de zi, noapte de noapte.
Cash is something else, bro.
Invită-mă la ceai, scoate-mă la cafea. Vorbește-mi urât, zi totul fără perdea. Spune-mi ce mi-ai face dacă aș fi a ta. Nu fi rușinos. Văd în ochii tăi doar filme pentru adulți, dar să-mi facă față nu au putut prea mulți. Și-am făcut spate doggy, stai de rămândria, și în secunda doi le-am înmuiat jucării. Arzi mai ceva ca în mijlocul verii. Ia-o ușor, baby, că vin pompierii. Miruja încins că și sarea și piperul. Sunt tu de toată, a venit pompierul. Arzi mai ceva ca în mijlocul verii. Ia-o ușor, baby, că vin pompierii. Miruja încins că și sarea și piperul. Sunt tu de toată, a venit pompierul. Vrei ceva serios sau vrei doar o aventură? Ce vreau eu îți zic, să mă iei direct în pulă. Vorbesc eu pentru tine ca mă simt trasă pe sfoară, că la cât ești de frumos să mor dacă ai vrăjeală. În ochii tăi doar filme pentru adulți, dar să-mi facă față nu au putut prea mulți. Dar-am făcut bate doggy style de România, și în secunda doi le-am înmuiat jucării. Arzi mai ceva ca în mijlocul verii. Ia-o ușor, baby, că vin pompierii. Miruja încins că și sarea și piperul. Sunt tu de toată, a venit pompierul. Arzi mai ceva ca în mijlocul verii. Ia-o ușor, baby, că vin pompierii. Miruja încins că și sarea și piperul. Sunt tu de toată, a venit pompierul. I told you, cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro.
Yala, 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 ești o nesătulă. Yala, 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 pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fona, zici că a venit taifunul. Yala, 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 ești o nesătulă. Yala, 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 pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fona, zici că a venit taifunul. Infomaniac, te fuci și te bat, îți spar dinții din gură ca pulosul betonat. Fă-ia, fii atentă, ca să moară mama. Dacă spun pula pe spate, o să țin doi coloane.
Suntem doi nebuni perverși, că vrem doar futăi și cash. Ce bine ne potrivim, amândoi cu sex atil.
Yala, 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 ești o nesătulă. Yala, 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 pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fona, zici că a venit taifunul. Yala, 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 ești o nesătulă. Yala, 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 pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fona, zici că a venit taifunul. Dacă tot ai fost la unghii, hai dezgârie-mă pe spate. Hai leoaica mea, am în cap numai păcate. Te leg de calorifer și îți pun talpa pe ceafă. E roleplay, sunt Gabor și te-am găsit cu marfă.
Suntem doi nebuni perverși, că vrem doar futai și cash. Ce bine ne potrivim, amândoi cu sex appeal.
Yala, 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 ești o nesătulă. Yala, 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 pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fona, zici că a venit taifunul. Yala, 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 ești o nesătulă. Yala, 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 pulă. Ești nenorocire, ești numărul 1. Am ieșit și fona, zici că a venit taifunul.
I fooled you. Cash is something else, bro.
Cash is something else, bro.
Ia-mă, du-mă în parcare și aprinde-ți o țigară. Dă-și pantalonii jos, să ți-l suc, nu fi dubios. Du-mă și ia-mă în pulă și fă-mi control la dantură. Dă-ți drumul ca un erou și o să scuip sub torpedo. Intru pe aplicație, dau comandă de mașină. Cardul l-am pierdut când am tras o linie fină. Dar o să mă descurc, că sunt fată deșteaptă. Am pușcărie în mine și o să mai fac o faptă. Nu am cash deloc, dar pot să-l înghip pe tot. Ăsta-i mesajul meu pentru tipul de pe Bolt. Îi dau și 5 steluțe și recenzii top. A venit într-un minut și băiatul e potop. Ia-mă, du-mă în parcare și aprinde-ți o țigare. Dă-și și pantalonii jos, să ți-l suc, nu fi dubios. Du-mă și ia-mă în pulă și fă-mi control la dantură. Dă-ți drumul ca un erou și o să scuip sub torpedo. Văd că e automată, mergi că te dai pe pistă. Hai repede iubire, bagăm degetul în pistă. Vrei să fii serios, nu știi să te prefaci. După cursa asta, cred că o să te retragi. Nu am cash deloc, dar pot să-l înghip pe tot. Ăsta-i mesajul meu pentru tipul de pe Bolt. Îi dau și 5 steluțe și recenzii top. Că a venit într-un minut și băiatul e potop. Ia-mă, du-mă în parcare și aprinde-ți o țigare. Dă-și și pantalonii jos, să ți-l suc, nu fi dubios. Du-mă și ia-mă în pulă și fă-mi control la dantură. Dă-ți drumul ca un erou și o să scuip sub torpedo.
I told you. Cash is something else, bro.
Fute-mă, fute-mă, fă-mă sclava ta. Trage-mă de păr, dă-i tare așa. Dă-mi palme peste cur, ha, ești numărul 1. E a treia oară când mă faci să-mi dau drumul. Îmi dau ochii peste cap și urlu ca o nebună. Din nou mi-ai dat un mercraci, sunt obsedată de pulă. Nu mă satur niciodată, trupul meu cere mereu mai mult. Ca și cum plăcerea ar fi singura limbă pe care știu să o vorbesc și să o ascult. Nu mă satur niciodată, trupul meu cere mereu mai mult. Ca și cum plăcerea ar fi singura limbă pe care știu să o vorbesc și să o ascult. Vino să suc pula, să o scuip, să o ling. Sunt pișată pe mine, să mor eu dacă te mint. Văd că mai e puțin, mai rezistă un pic. Să o iau toată în gură și după să înghit. Îmi dau ochii peste cap și urlu ca o nebună. Din nou mi-ai dat un mercraș, sunt obsedată de pulă. Nu mă satur niciodată, trupul meu cere mereu mai mult. Ca și cum plăcerea ar fi singura limbă pe care știu să o vorbesc și să o ascult. Nu mă satur niciodată, trupul meu cere mereu mai mult. Ca și cum plăcerea ar fi singura limbă pe care știu să o vorbesc și să o ascult. Fute-mă și bate-mă, dă-mi palme și ia-mă, mă. Nu fă să începe nebunul. Nu cumva să pleci fără să-mi dau drumul. Fute-mă și bate-mă, dă-mi palme și ia-mă, mă. Nu fă fă sânge pe nebunul. Nu cumva să pleci fără să-mi dau drumul. Cu chiloții tanga, fără chiloții tanga. Văd că îți dai laba și eu ți lângă langa. E semisculată și eu sunt încordată. Poate nu se întărește și eu vreau pe toată. Fute-mă, fute-mă, fute-mă și bate-mă, dă-mi palme și ia-mă. Nu fă sânge pe nebunul. Nu cumva să pleci fără să-mi dau drumul. Fute-mă, fute-mă, fute-mă și bate-mă, dă-mi palme și ia-mă. Nu fă sânge pe nebunul. Nu cumva să pleci fără să-mi dau drumul. De 2-3 ori pe zi fac muie și alte prostii. Îmi place să simt în mine că e bine, bine, bine. Dacă obosești, promis să mai rămân. Ador când mă lingi pe sfarguri și sân. Nu te lăsa, honey, nu fi băiat rău, că orice-ai face eu, tot stau pe capul tău. Fute-mă, fute-mă, fute-mă și bate-mă, dă-mi palme și ia-mă. Nu fă sânge pe nebunul. Nu cumva să pleci fără să-mi dau drumul. Fute-mă, fute-mă, fute-mă și bate-mă, dă-mi palme și ia-mă. Nu fă sânge pe nebunul. Nu cumva să pleci fără să-mi dau drumul.
Awful situation. Answer.
The honourable gentleman to set out the veterans' organisations that the government, myself, the Defence Secretary and the Armed Forces Minister have engaged in drawing up those protections, and I've already indicated to the House the groups we will continue to talk to as we take that work forward.
Mount Tobin. Question number 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
The government's new partnership with the EU aims to deliver a broad range of economic benefits for Northern Ireland, including smoothing flows of trade, protecting the UK's internal market, reducing costs for businesses and benefiting firms who move agri-food and plants from Great Britain to Northern Ireland.
Mount Tobin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. Does he agree with me that aligning safety standards and cutting red tape for checks and paperwork is precisely the kind of support for growth and trade that this government promised to deliver for business?
Backbenchers, but here's the challenge. Will he guarantee
scheme drawing on
question number 7
with the EU
tape for checks and paperwork as precisely the kind of support for growth and trade that this government promised to deliver for business when it was elected last year?
Well, I do agree with my honourable friend on that, and that is why the partnership agreement reached with the EU back in May was so widely welcomed in Northern Ireland, particularly by those in the agri-food sector, because as we take that forward and turn it into a full SPS agreement, it will bring enormous benefits to firms that are moving those products across the Irish Sea from Great Britain to Northern Ireland.
Robin Swan.
Which, Mr. Speaker, come the 1st of January, veterinary medicines in Northern Ireland will be reduced by 40% according to the current suppliers over there. What steps is the government taking to ensure the supply of veterinary medicines into Northern Ireland which ensure animal health but also have a link into human health as well?
Whereas the honourable gentleman will be aware, we've had the veterinary medicines working group. We've been working very closely with the industry. We have set out 2 schemes, the veterinary medicines health situation scheme and the veterinary medicines internal market scheme, drawing on the cascade, and we are confident that that will ensure the continued supply of veterinary medicines from the 1st of January to vets and farmers and others who need them.
Joe White.
question number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Seriously.
The Northern Ireland Troubles Bill will retain Part 4 of the 2023 Legacy Act, which includes provisions for memorialisation. I would welcome views and suggestions on how to take this forward, including on whether any new memorials should be established.
Joe White.
On the 5th of April 1979, an IRA sniper fired at an armoured vehicle as it entered Anderstown RUC station, killing Blues and Royal Serviceman Anthony Dykes. My constituent, whose mother, Kathleen, now aged 94, has never let his memory go. She told me her son is a forgotten soldier. There are monuments for soldiers killed in Afghanistan and Iraq, but nothing for those who served in Northern Ireland. Kathleen is now very frail. I am her voice today, asking government to commit to a national memorial.
Well, first of all, could I express on behalf of the whole House our condolences to her on the loss of her son all those years ago. I would say that the names of those service personnel who died on deployment to Operation Banner are rightly listed on the Armed Forces Memorial at the National Memorial Arboretum as a lasting record of their sacrifice. And I don't know whether my honourable friend's constituent has had a chance to visit there. Perhaps it's something she might like to facilitate.
Father of the House, Sir Edmund Lee.
Many thousands of our brave troops served in Northern Ireland, and many gave their lives for peace and for our country. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that they deserve a permanent memorial, not some of them to be prosecuted?
Yeah. Well, as I indicated in answer to the earlier question, there is that memorial already at the National Memorial Arboretum. There are other places in which the service and sacrifice of those who served the state is recorded, including the RUC Memorial Garden that I've had the opportunity to visit, and it was an extremely moving occasion as one looks at all of the names and remembers the huge sacrifice that all of those people made in defence of freedom in Northern Ireland.
Before I come to Prime Minister's questions, may I extend a warm welcome to the President of the National Council of Slovak Republic and his delegation, who are with us in the gallery today. And may I also welcome the new Chief Minister of St Helena. We now come to questions to Prime Minister Kit Malthouse.
Number one.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by congratulating Scotland on their magnificent victory last night, qualifying for the World Cup for the first time since 1998.
I didn't realise you were all Scottish MPs, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they qualified with fantastic goals, including a cracker from former Arsenal player Kieran Tierney, who was always a great a favourite with the fans. Mr. Speaker, my thoughts are with the communities across the country affected by severe flooding, particularly in Monmouthshire. I've been liaising with the First Minister of Wales and want to thank all our emergency services for their response. Mr. Speaker, my thoughts are also with the family and loved one of Royal Fleet Auxiliary member James Elliott, who has sadly been lost. I know the contribution that personnel of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary make and the risks that they take in the line of duty. My thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House, are with those who knew him at this tragic and difficult time for them. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday I visited Anglesey to announce the construction of the country's first small modular reactor. That's the biggest investment in North Wales in a generation, creating more than 6,000 jobs. On Monday, we introduced the largest overhaul of the asylum policy in modern times, restoring control, fairness and creating safe and legal routes. And today I'm pleased to announce that inflation is coming down. There's more to do, but it's an important step. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Mr. Speaker, many of us are becoming concerned that technical or procedural manoeuvres outside of this House may be used to prevent Parliament reaching a decision on the terminally ill adults bill. Now, the government is neutral on the bill itself, but I presume it's not neutral on the issue of democracy or the primacy of this chamber. So could the Prime Minister please reassure the House that the decision of elected members, and indeed the wishes and hopes of the vast majority of the people we serve, will not be frustrated in this way?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? I know he feels strongly about this issue. As he says, the government is neutral. on the passage of the bill. It is a matter of conscience, so there are different and respected views across Parliament, and it is for Parliament to decide in the end on any changes in this chamber. Scrutiny of the bill in the Lords is a matter for the Lords, but the government does have a responsibility to make sure that any legislation which passes through Parliament is workable, is effective, and of course enforceable.
John Trickett.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And the party opposite in government said that they would level up the country, but in fact they left the country divided. Austerity, deindustrialisation, stagnant wages, all took the heart, ripped the heart out of mining communities like the ones I represent. Everywhere you can see the legacy which the party opposite left. And how can it be right that the hard-working, loyal people in my constituency earn £400 a week or £20,000 a year less than people who live in Kensington? So will the Prime Minister now declare that it is the government's moral purpose to eliminate economic injustice, starting with the budget next week, announcing massive investment in the north and wherever else poverty and low pay raising its head?
Well, can I thank you for raising this important issue, because they laugh, but working people paid a very heavy price for 14 years of economic failure. Austerity damaged the economy and decimated public services. A botched Brexit deal stifled growth, and the reckless borrowing on the mini-budget saw mortgages and the cost of living soar. He's right to raise this issue. We're determined to tackle inequality. He'll be pleased to know that under this government wages are up, but we need to do more. We've had a pay increase for the 3.5 million lowest paid, and the Chancellor will deliver a budget based on Labour values.
Kevin Badenoch, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate our side of the House with the remarks the Prime Minister made about James Elliott? Can the Prime Minister tell us why his government is the first government in history to float increasing income tax rates only to then U-turn on it all after the actual budget?
Prime Minister.
I'll inform you the budget's actually next week rather than after the budget. It's only got 1 week to go. But I can tell her it'll be a Labour budget, Mr. Speaker, with Labour values. That means we will concentrate on cutting NHS waiting lists, cutting debt, and cutting the cost of living. And because of the decisions we've already made, inflation is down this morning. The Bank of England have upgraded growth. We've got a record £230 billion of investment into this country under this government.
Mr. Speaker, he says the budget is next week, but we read all about it in the papers. This is the first budget to unravel before it's even been delivered. The Chancellor's cluelessness, I'm afraid, is damaging the economy now. The Prime Minister needs to end this shambles. So can he confirm today that he won't break another promise by freezing income tax thresholds?
Mr. Speaker, the budget is 1 week today and we will lay out our plans. But what we won't do, Mr. Speaker, I've said what we will do in terms of protecting the NHS and public services. What we won't do is inflict austerity on the country as they did. It caused huge damage. What we won't do is inflict a borrowing spree like Liz Truss did, also inflicted and did huge damage. Mr. Speaker, have they learnt anything? She's apparently got a golden economic rule, I think. So it's a very important rule, this golden rule. That there's this £47 billion of cuts with no detail. No wonder the Institute of Government says they're on very shaky foundations. They haven't listened and they haven't learned.
Mr. Speaker, it is quite clear that they are going to freeze thresholds. We didn't get a clear answer from them, but this is really important. Because in her budget speech last year, the Chancellor said, and I quote, "I am keeping every single promise on tax that I made in our manifesto. So there will be no extension of the freeze in income tax and national insurance thresholds." Why was freezing thresholds a breach of the manifesto last year, but it isn't this year?
Mr. Speaker, every week she comes along and speculates and distorts. Last year, Mr. Speaker, last year predicted recession. And what did we get? The fastest growing economy in the G7 in the first half of the year. They opposed NHS investment. And what did we get? 5 million extra appointments in the first year of a Labour government. They tried growing the economy with millions on NHS waiting lists, with our schools crumbling and holes in our road. It didn't work. What do they want to do now? Go back to the same failed experiment.
Mr. Speaker, he talks about speculation. The only people who've been speculating are his government every single day for the last 3 months. And he mentioned inflation in his last answer. Inflation has nearly doubled since they came into office. He wants a round of applause because it's come down a little bit. I will remind him that food inflation is up 4.9%. That is making life miserable for all of those people out there. But let's go back to thresholds, because this is important. When the Chancellor made that promise to unfreeze the thresholds, it wasn't an off-the-cuff comment. She said it on the floor of this House in her budget speech. That was a deliberate statement of government policy. So if she breaks such a clear promise, how can the public trust a word that she says next week?
Mr. Speaker, she talks about inflation. It went to 11% on that. 11%. And the country is still paying the price. Inflation is down this morning, wages are up, and we've had 5 interest rate cuts, and that's because our fiscal rules are ironclad. And the Leader of the Opposition and the party officers have no credibility on the economy. She was Treasury Minister during the worst decline in living standards on record. And she said that Liz Truss got the mini-budget 100% right. Not much room for flexibility there. 100%, that's pretty full marks, Mr. Speaker. She might want to tell us if that's still her position, 100% right for Liz Truss.
Mr. Speaker, I was Treasury Minister at the height of the pandemic. We cleaned up that mess. Maybe he could clean up some of his own mess. And I'm going to repeat what the Chancellor said, because it's quite clear that the whole front bench has forgotten. She said, "I have come to the conclusion that extending the threshold freeze would hurt working people. It would take more money out of their pay slips, and yet that's what they're planning to do next week." And all of this speculation is having real-world consequences. Just this morning, the UK chair of ExxonMobil said, and I quote, "The government needs to understand that the whole industrial base of the UK is at risk unless they wake up and realise the damage their economic policies are doing." Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us, is the loss of UK industry the price the country has to pay for having a clueless Chancellor?
Mr. Speaker, let me just say about ExxonMobil, it is a difficult time for the workforce there, and we must focus on supporting them. We've been meeting the company for over 6 months and explored every possible reasonable avenue. They've been facing losses for the last 5 years. It's best to do the detail before you chunter. And they're currently losing £1 million a week. But she talks about policy and approach. On energy policy, she follows reform. On the European Convention, she follows the man who wants her job. And when her shadow minister said we should deport people lawfully here to achieve cultural coherence, she pretended that it didn't happen. I could go on. She was the Trade Secretary that didn't sign any trade deals. Cheerleader for the mini-budget, cheerleader for open borders, and when they were crashing the economy, botching Brexit and running down the NHS, she was right at the centre. She hasn't got an ounce of credibility.
Mr. Speaker, on energy policy, what we are doing is listening to industry. What happened, I had a round table.
Mr. Slinger, please. We don't want to have to sling you out.
Mr. Speaker, just this morning, we heard from the chair of one of our largest energy companies. Last week, I had a round table with energy companies, and what they had to say about this Prime Minister and his energy secretary is unprintable. They are absolutely furious. Our oil and gas industry is dying, and he's standing there saying he had meetings. People out there are struggling, Mr. Speaker. The budget chaos is causing real anxiety. People aren't buying houses, businesses aren't hiring, and they are cancelling investment decisions. 2 weeks ago, The Chancellor called a ridiculous press conference to blame everyone else for her having to raise income tax. Then last week, she U-turned on her own U-turn. Instead, we can see they're planning to freeze income tax thresholds, something she said last year would be a breach of their manifesto. They are making it up as they go along. Doesn't the country deserve better than government by guesswork?
Mr. Speaker, either we renew our country with Labour or we go back to austerity 2.0 with reform of the Tories. They left waiting lists at record highs. Almost 1 million more children in poverty, and they wrecked our public services. She comes here to talk down the country. We're turning the page. More NHS appointments, free breakfast clubs, free childcare, more homes and better public services. That's what we're fighting for, a Britain built for all.
Lord Hatton.
Mr. Speaker, standing in the heart of Weymouth, the Rectory is an iconic building. Formerly a theatre, once a bustling cinema, and then a popular pub as well. And yet, for more than a decade, this building has stood empty. We want to turn this building into a thriving centre for arts and culture, hosting exhibitions and celebrating everything that makes Weymouth unique. So will the Prime Minister work with me and all the key players on the ground to revitalise the Rectory and reopen this fantastic building for our town?
Prime Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is a brilliant champion for South Dorset, and he's right to champion revitalising our high streets. The Minister for Heritage would be delighted to discuss how we can get this iconic building reopened as he wants. I'm pleased that Weymouth secured £20 million in Pride in Place funding, giving his community the power and resources to make a real difference to people's lives.
Sir David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's opening remarks? And can I also join with him in congratulating Scotland on their amazing win against Denmark and wish them well in the World Cup? And can I also say I hope Wales soon qualifies to join England and Scotland? But Mr. Speaker, every year there are more than 300 suicides related to problem gambling. It affects hundreds of thousands of families, tearing them apart. Meanwhile, online gambling firms are taking in record revenues of over £7 billion a year. Now, ITV News are reporting that one of them, Sky Bet, is moving its headquarters to Malta so it can save tens of millions of pounds in corporation tax. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that it's time that we tax them on their UK profits so these online gambling firms don't escape wherever they are registered for tax?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I join him on wishing Wales well and Northern Ireland? I'd like to see all 4 nations in the finals. But look, he raises the really important issue of suicide, and it's Men's Health Day, and it is really important. And I think the whole House would want to work together on anything that can prevent suicide. I think if all of us think about individuals we may know who lost their lives through suicide, it's something that touches almost every one of us and all of our families as well. We will, of course, look at the link between suicide and gambling and take whatever measures we can to reduce suicide. It's a very important issue.
Sir David.
For his reply, and we look forward to the government coming forward with action on that. On another domestic matter, Mr. Speaker, next to the River Cherwell in Oxfordshire, a field is now covered in an enormous mound of rubbish, 150 metres long and up to 12 metres high. The water is now lapping against the waste and carrying it into the river. It's just one of many sites, Mr. Speaker, where organised criminal gangs are illegally dumping their waste onto our countryside and getting away with it. This is a shocking environmental emergency. So will he instruct the Environment Agency to clean it up now?
Firstly, these are utterly appalling scenes. Utterly appalling. A criminal investigation, as he knows, is underway, and specialist officers are tracking down those responsible. The Environmental Agency, in answer to his question, will use all available powers to make sure that the perpetrators cover the cost of the clean-up, which must now follow. we have boosted the Environment Agency's budget for tackling waste crime by 50%, given councils new powers to seize and crush fly tippers' vehicles, and lawbreakers can now face up to 5 years in jail.
Dominigo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Immigration is the #1 issue on doorsteps of Bristol North East. Most people will ask me about it. They want a firm, but also a fair approach, but have been let down over many years. Controlling our borders and knowing who comes is essential, not least to integration. Mr. Speaker, what can the Prime Minister say to my constituents in Bristol North East?
M-ai lăsat fără cuvinte, eu cred că ai luat pastile, că să moară să facă de n-ai de-a prea tare în mine. Nu mai simt pizda, că-am băgat carne crudă. Sincer aș mai băga, că-s din ce în ce mai udă. Iar am ridicat piciorul să te joci cu vibratorul și încurci în păsărică, că sunt o perversă mică. Trăiesc pentru pula ta, pute-mă iubirea mea. Vreau să-mi dai la muie, că atunci încep să fiu excitată, ador să mă nec. Trăiesc pentru pula ta, pute-mă iubirea mea. Vreau să-mi dai la muie, că atunci încep să fiu excitată, ador să mă nec. Îți place când mă vezi pe cearceaf dezbrăcată? M-ai făcut toată noaptea și văd că mai vrei odată. N-am cum să te refuz, chiar dacă-s extenuată. Mai stau puțin pe spate și după ți-o înghit pe toate. Am ridicat piciorul să te joci cu vibratorul și încurci în păsărică, că sunt o perversă mică. Trăiesc pentru pula ta, fute-mă iubirea mea. Vreau să-mi dai la muie, că atunci încep să fiu excitată, ador să mă nec. Trăiesc pentru pula ta, fute-mă iubirea mea. Vreau să-mi dai la muie, că atunci încep să fiu excitată, ador să mă nec. Fiu excitată, ador să mă nec. Am uitat de vibrator, vai mamă ce bărbat. Mi-a băgat pula în pizdă pe mașina de spălat. Abia ieșisem din cadă și m-a luat direct pe sus. După am stat în genunchi și pe zoom m-am pus. Îmi place când e tare și o simt în mine. Mâncați-a șlobozul că-i ca mierea de albine. Dulce, lipițios, lipițios și dulce. Sunt fata ta cu minte și fata ta suge. Îmi place când e tare și o simt în mine. Mâncați-a șlobozul că-i ca mierea de albine. Dulce, lipițios, lipițios și dulce. Sunt fata ta cu minte și fata ta suge. Pula nu știe carte, pista nu vrea să învețe. E o vorbă veche, furtor să se răsfețe. Să simtă plăcere și unul și altul. Încă o dată, baby, și o să rupem patul. Îmi place când e tare și o simt în mine. Mâncați-a șlobozul că-i ca mierea de albine. Dulce, lipițios, lipițios și dulce. Sunt fata ta cu minte și fata ta suge. Îmi place când e tare și o simt în mine. Mâncați-a șlobozul că-i ca mierea de albine. Dulce, lipițios, lipițios și dulce. Sunt fata ta cu minte și fata ta suge. Îmi place când e tare și o simt în mine. Mâncați-a șlobozul că-i ca mierea de albine. Dulce, lipițios, lipițios și dulce. Sunt fata ta cu minte și fata ta suge. Stârfă și îmi place în pulă. Seara dăm la muie, nu-mi spune noapte bună. Vreau să-ți înghis slobozul că am roșu în gât. Dă-mi palme peste cur și vorbește-mi urât. Ce-mi place capră, ce-mi place capră. Dacă ți-ai dat drumul, mai bagă-mi-l odată. Mintea doar la tine fuge și mă gândesc cum te-aș suge. Dacă-ți pasă de mine, să te duci să-ți pui bile. Mintea doar la tine fuge și mă gândesc cum te-aș suge. I-am pus și piercing în limbă, pe capul pulii se plimbă. Leagă-mă la ochi, de mâini și de picioare. Înainte să încep, bagă două maratoane. Știi că sunt nebună și după tine sunt fiartă. Vreau să-ți simt pula tare ca o piatră. Ce-mi place capră, ce-mi place capră. Dacă ți-ai dat drumul, mai bagă-mi-l odată. Mintea doar la tine fuge și mă gândesc cum te-aș suge. Dacă-ți pasă de mine, să te duci să-ți pui bile. Mintea doar la tine fuge și mă gândesc cum te-aș suge. Mi-am pus și piercing în limbă, pe capul pulii se plimbă.
Cash is something else, bro. Cash is something no.
Îmi place pula, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, ceva la femei. 7, 8, 9, sunt udă, parcă plouă. Care mă ascultați, eu o să vă suc și vouă. Îmi place pula, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, ceva la femei. 7, 8, 9, sunt udă, parcă plouă. Care mă ascultați, eu o să vă suc și vouă. Puțină scorțișoară și puțin ginseng. Ți-au făcut pula tare, dar eu vreau gangbang. Cheamă-ți prietenii cu pulile sculate, să-mi rupă pis dacă eu nu sunt ca toate. Vreau să dau 2 labe, să iau 2 puli în gură. Una în pizdă, una în curcă, la sex n-am măsură. Iartă-mă iubire, dar știi că sunt mai nebună. Nu poate să-mi ajungă o singură pulă. Îmi place pula, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, ceva la femei. 7, 8, 9, sunt udă, parcă plouă. Care mă ascultați, o să vă suc și vouă. Îmi place pula, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, ceva la femei. 7, 8, 9, sunt udă, parcă plouă. Care mă ascultați, o să vă suc și vouă. Faceți ce vreți cu mine, urcați
dați-mă pe fereastră, dați-mă e cu toții că vreau să fiu sclava voastră. Rupeți pula mine, Doamne, ce-mi trece prin gând. Mi-aș dori să mă futeți până când încep să plâng. Vreau să dau 2 labe, să iau 2 puli în gură. Una în pizdă, una în curgă, la sex n-am măsură. Iartă-mă iubire, dar știi că sunt mai nebună. Nu pot să-mi ajungă o singură pulă. Îmi place pula? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, șefa la femei. 7, 8, 9 sunt udă, parcă plouă. Care mă ascultați, o să vă suc și vouă. Îmi place pula? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, șefa la femei. 7, 8, 9 sunt udă, parcă plouă. Care mă ascultați, o să vă suc și vouă. Ca pe cur și trage că e bună. Trage, trage, trage cum trag eu din pulă. Hai nu mai fi cu minte că ești prea banal. Îmi place tare în pizdă, dar îmi place și anal. Ți-ai dat drumul pe mine și este fierbinte. Îmi place stropită, nu sunt deloc cu minte. Haide încă o dată și nu o dăm bară. După altă muie îmi zici, doamna profesoară. Ține-mă lesă că nu sunt fată bună. Toți copiii tăi ei am acum în gură. Ce-mi place pula, pula de golan. Am înghițit odată și s-au dat pe tobogan. Ține-mă lesă că nu sunt fată bună. Toți copiii tăi ei am acum în gură. Ce-mi place pula, pula de golan. Am înghițit odată și s-au dat pe tobogan. Ești puternic dezvoltat, mai futut în așa hal. Zici că am băgat în mine o mare pulă de cal. Mi-ai dat-o pe birou, pe pat și pe covor. Dacă nu-mi dai pulă, baby, simt că mor. Ți-ai dat drumul pe mine și este fierbinte. Îmi place stropită, nu sunt deloc cu minte. Haide încă o dată și nu o dăm bară. După altă muie îmi zici, doamna profesoară. Ține-mă lesă că nu sunt fată bună. Toți copiii tăi ei am acum în gură. Ce-mi place pula, pula de golan. Am înghițit odată și s-au dat pe tobogan. Ține-mă lesă că nu sunt fată bună. Toți copiii tăi ei am acum în gură. Ce-mi place pula, pula de golan. Am înghițit odată și s-au dat pe tobogan.
Bella, 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 te alin mereu cordela. Bella, 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 suși cu frișcă și Nutella. Bella, 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 te alin mereu cordela. Bella, 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 suși cu frișcă și Nutella. Și legată la ochi, nimerești din prima pulă. Cum pui limba pe cap, n-o face niciuna. Îmi vorbești murdar, scuip și stai pe față. Cu pula mea într-una până dimineață. Da, 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 porniți da mea. Joacă-te cu ea, joacă-te cu ea. Îți place pula mea, e numai a ta. N-am văzut niciodată așa ceva. Bella, 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 te alin mereu cordela. Bella, 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 suși cu frișcă și Nutella. Bella, 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 te alin mereu cordela. Bella, 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 suși cu frișcă și Nutella. Ți-am luat temperatura, intre cu măsura. Ești fierbinte ca lava la ce-ți bate gura. Că vorbește că tace tot, mi se scoală pula. Pune-te într-o parte și urlă ca nebuna. Da, 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 pornista mea, joacă-te cu ea, joacă-te cu ea. Îți place pula mea, e numai a ta. N-am văzut niciodată așa ceva. Bella, 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 te alin mereu cordela. Bella, 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 o suși cu frișcă și Nutella. Bella, 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 te alin mereu cordela. Bella, 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 o suși cu frișcă și Nutella. fiecare noapte nu mă lași deloc. Ești mare perversă și mă iei cu frumosul, până îmi dau drumul și mi-nghiți lobozul. Top, 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 când faci bot, bot, bot. În fiecare noapte nu mă lași deloc. Ești mare perversă și mă iei cu frumosul, până îmi dau drumul și mi-nghiți lobozul. Domnișoara lui tati s-a făcut fată rea, pune-te în genunchi, vreau să fii târva mea. Dă cu limba pe pulă, ajunge atât, deschide gura mare și bag-o până în gât. Vagabonda mea, prințesa lui tata, când îmi suge pula în 3 minute sunt gata. Prințesa lui tata, vagabonda mea, când îi iară pula, lasă facă ce vrea. Top, 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 când faci bot, bot, bot. În fiecare noapte nu mă lași deloc. Ești mare perversă și mă iei cu frumosul, până îmi dau drumul și mi-nghiți lobozul. Top, 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 când faci bot, bot, bot. În fiecare noapte nu mă lași deloc. Ești mare perversă și mă iei cu frumosul, până îmi dau drumul și mi-nghiți lobozul. Hai, închide ochii și pune-te pe spate. Dau cu pula peste pizdă și încep să faci ca toate actrițele porno din filme de ochiate. De fapt în pula mea tu le întregi pe toate. Vagabonda mea, prințesa lui tata, când îmi suge pula în 3 minute sunt gata. Prințesa lui tata, vagabonda mea, când îi iară pula o lasă facă ce vrea. Top, 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 când faci bot, bot, bot. În fiecare noapte nu mă lași deloc. Ești mare perversă și mă iei cu frumosul, până îmi dau drumul și înghiți lobozul. Top, 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 când faci bot, bot, bot. În fiecare noapte nu mă lași deloc. Ești mare perversă și mă iei cu frumosul, până îmi dau drumul și înghiți lobozul.
Cash is something else, bro.
Nu sunt ieftină deloc, dar să moară mama mea. De nu sunt foc pe tine și pe mașina ta. M-aș întinde în spate să te fut ca o zdranță, dar îți fac o muie, poți să-ți dai drumul pe față. Văleleu, văleleu, are bile și ceceu. Sincer mi-a păsat că ești armăsar printre cai de pasat. Turbo, turbo, baby, du-mă unde vrei. Dacă m-a fost bine, totul e ok. Turbo, turbo, baby, nu o să regret. Tu rupe pista mine, urcă-mă pe pereți. Turbo, turbo, baby, du-mă unde vrei. Dacă m-a fost bine, totul e ok. Turbo, turbo, baby, nu o să regret. Tu rupe pista mine, urcă-mă pe pereți. Îți plac buzele mele și de sus și de jos. Cum mă uit la tine, cum vă puțin de slobos. Pe capul pulii, honey, vino să ți-l iau. Ți-l mai frec puțin și după ești ceau. Văleleu, văleleu, are bile și ceceu. Sincer mi-a păsat că ești armăsar printre cai de pasat. Turbo, turbo, baby, du-mă unde vrei. Dacă m-a fost bine, totul e ok. Turbo, turbo, baby, nu o să regreți. Rupe pista mine, urcă-mă pe pereți. Turbo, turbo, baby, du-mă unde vrei. Dacă m-a fost bine, totul e ok. Turbo, turbo, baby, nu o să regreți. Rupe pista mine, urcă-mă pe pereți.
I told you. Cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro. Cash is something else, bro. Bucurii de 20 ți le pun direct pe piept.
Că să moară măta dacă poți să mai aștept. Ți-am bătut apropouri și n-ai făcut nimic. Îți pun pizda pe față, ai ce te-am lăchit. Ești purtător ilegal de pulă bună. Eu vreau să fiu flașcă, ca după furtună. Sper să începi tu să-mi arăți că ai tupeu. Dar dacă nu încep, o să te termin eu. Băbălău rău, băbălău rău. În fiecare zi stai după curul meu. Mă scos peste tot și mă plimb că ai bani mult. Scuze iubirea mea, dar să mor de știi să fuți. Iau băbălău rău, băbălău rău. În fiecare zi stai după curul meu. Mă scos peste tot și mă plimb că ai bani mult. Scuze iubirea mea, dar să mor de știi să fuți. Poate sunt eu perversă și am alte așteptări. De când vreau să mă fuți, am fumat 15 țigări. Mi-am dat sutienul jos și am rămas în chiloți. Ori ești rușinos, ori să dai la buși. nu poți. Ești purtător ilegal de pulă bună. Eu vreau să fiu flașcă, ca după furtună. Sper să încep tu să-mi arăți că ai tupeu. Dar dacă nu încep, o să te termin eu. Băbălău rău, băbălău rău. În fiecare zi stai după curul meu. Mă scos peste tot și mă plimb că ai bani mult. Scuze iubirea mea, dar să mor de știi să fuți. Iau băbălău rău, băbălău rău. În fiecare zi stai după curul meu. Mă scos peste tot și mă plimb că ai bani mult. Scuze iubirea mea, dar să mor de știi să fuți. I told you.
Something else, bro.
Lasă-mă să ți-l sun, lasă-mă să ți-l frec. M-am mutat rău, sunt, doar că nu vreau să plec. Lasă-mă să ți-l sun, lasă-mă să ți-l frec. M-am mutat rău, sunt, doar că nu vreau să plec. Ne-am certat și-mi pare rău, dar vreau să mă revanșez. Corpul meu e corpul tău, cum vrei să mă adresezi? Șefule, pulosule, ți-am mai spus și eu repet. Îmi pare nespus de rău, dar lasă-mă să ți-l, lasă-mă să ți-l sun, lasă-mă să ți-l frec. Am udat rău, sunt, doar că nu vreau să plec. Lasă-mă să ți-l sun, lasă-mă să ți-l frec. Am udat rău, sunt, doar că nu vreau să plec.
Cash is something else, bro.
Plăcerea mea nevinovată bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simt cel mai bine și pe mine și în mine. Plăcerea mea nevinovată bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simt cel mai bine și pe mine și în mine. Femeia este bună atunci când este pornistă. Nu e de ajuns să ai bibie și pistă. Dacă nu-și dă drumul repede este grav. Se șmecherește prostul și uită că e un sclav. Dacă asculti piesa asta, du-te acasă la al tău și fute să-i sară ochii, fute-l rău. Ia-i pula în gură, uită-te în ochii lui, că îi are rău și zici că a fumat un cui. Plăcerea mea nevinovată bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simt cel mai bine și pe mine și în mine. Plăcerea mea nevinovată bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simt cel mai bine și pe mine și în mine. Pedepsește-mă o noapte, vreau să fiu aosul tău. Îmbrăcat în doctoriță, îți fac un consul cadou. Dezbracă-te de tot, te analizez total. În primul rând la coaie și în al doilea la ciocan. Dacă asculti piesa asta, du-te acasă la al tău și fute-l să-i sară ochii, fute-l rău. Ia-i pula în gură, uită-te în ochii lui, că îi are rău și zici că a fumat un cui. Plăcerea mea nevinovată bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simt cel mai bine și pe mine și în mine. Plăcerea mea nevinovată bagă în mine toată. Vreau să te simt cel mai bine și pe mine și în mine. I told you, cash is something else, bro.
zbula ca o actriță și te fuți ca o zeiță. Ești prea bine, bine rău și eu sunt stăpânul tău. Vino să-mi faci muie, hai bagă-l până-n gât, dă-ți cuia peste față și îți bat pe Revolut. Încă 2-3 mii să-i cheltui pe prostii. Știu, te doare maxilarul și în gură ai copii. Îți place să suci, să nghiți, să faci 8 ori în pulă să te satisfaci. Îți place să-l freci, să-l iei, să-l bagi. Nu poți să taci și urli în dragi. Suci bula ca o actriță, te fuzi ca o zeiță. Ești prea bine, bine rău și eu sunt stăpânul tău. Vrei să facem 69, iar eu mă fac că plouă. Nu te mai înnega și văd ce faci acolo. O să îți dau limbi la 2 partidă, că l-am botezat și îi se spune limbă. Îți place să suci, să nghiți, să faci 8 ori în pulă să te satisfaci. Îți place să-l freci, să-l iei, să-l bagi. Nu poți să taci și urli în dragi. Suci bula ca o actriță, te fuzi ca o zeiță. Ești prea bine, bine rău și eu sunt stăpânul tău. Suci bula ca o actriță, te fuzi ca o zeiță. Ești prea bine, bine rău și eu sunt stăpânul tău.
Cash is something else, bro.
Pe site-urile porno nu o să primești bifa. Ce faci cu găosul, nu face Mia Khalifa. Ești numărul 1, mâncați-aș pizda ta. O făcă glumeam, dă-te în pula mea. Pe site-urile porno nu o să primești bifa. Ce faci cu găosul, nu face Mia Khalifa. Ești numărul 1, mâncați-aș pizda ta. O făcă glumeam, dă-te în pula mea. Hola mamacita, yo soy Dolce Gitano. Tu ești o model cu prezențe la Milano. Dai moda pe cur și pe botox, mami. Știu că-ți plac golanii, pula și cu banii. Ne-am întâlnit atunci, dar nu mai știu pe unde. Și mi-amintesc că te-ai cam lovit în frunte. Eram într-o baie și poftaie la ceva. Ce te-ai dat cu capul de catarama mea. Pe site-urile porno o să primești bifa. Ce faci cu găosul, nu face Mia Khalifa. Ești numărul 1, mâncați-aș pizda ta. O făcă glumeam, dă-te în pula mea. Pe site-urile porno o să primești bifa. Ce faci cu găosul, nu face Mia Khalifa. Ești numărul 1, mâncați-aș pizda ta. O făcă glumeam, dă-te în pula mea. Am umblat la portofel și-n camera de hotel. Te-am îngropat în bancă, sunt mare caracter. Tu te-ai dezbrăcat și mi l-ai luat în gură. Tot ce pot să zic e că a fost de umplutură. Ne-am întâlnit atunci, dar nu mai știu pe unde. Și mi-amintesc că te-ai cam lovit în frunte. Eram într-o baie și pofteai la ceva. Ce te-ai dat cu capul de catarama mea. Pe site-urile porno o să primești bifa. Ce faci cu găosul, nu face Mia Khalifa. Ești numărul 1, mâncați-aș pizda ta. O făcă glumeam, dă-te în pula mea. Pe site-urile porno o să primești bifa. Ce faci cu găosul, nu face Mia Khalifa. Ești numărul 1, mâncați-aș pizda ta. O făcă glumeam, dă-te în pula mea.
I told you. Cash is something else, bro.
Când se face 12 fix, vreau scenarii XXX, din spate și lateral, din față după deasupra. Că îmi place să mă fut cu talent de Kama Sutra. Mi-am pus tocuri înalte și o fustă scurtă. Vrei să mă vezi pe spate și apoi pe burtă. Dăm bice peste cur și palme peste față. Sunt domnișoara ta cea mai perversă zdreanță. Scuipă-mă în gură și bagă-mi mai tare. Vreau să tremur toată din cap până în picioare. Sunt transpirată toată, poți să-mi spui escorta. Dă-mi pula mea mai tare că nu dai măta. Scuipă-mă în gură și bagă-mi mai tare. Vreau să tremur toată din cap până în picioare. Sunt transpirată toată, poți să-mi spui escorta. Dă-mi pula mea mai tare că nu dai măta. Hai înjură-mă și vorbește-n vulgar. Stai bine pe pulă, nu e mică nici de cal. Ți s-a umflat vena și te doare capul. Că m-ai ascultat și ai dat ca disperatul. Mi-am pus tocuri înalte și o fustă scurtă. Vrei să mă vezi pe spate și apoi pe burtă. Dă-mi bice peste cur și palme peste față. Sunt domnișoara ta cea mai perversă zdreanță. Scuipă-mă în gură și bagă-mi mai tare. Vreau să tremur toată din cap până în picioare. Sunt transpirată toată, poți să-mi spui escorta. Dă-mi pula mea mai tare că nu dai măta. Scuipă-mă în gură și bagă-mi mai tare. Vreau să tremur toată din cap până în picioare. Sunt transpirată toată, poți să-mi spui escorta. Dă-mi pula mea mai tare că nu dai măta. Pune-mi coca pe cur și trage că e bună. Trage, trage, trage cum trag eu din pulă. Hai nu mai fi cu minte că ești prea banal. Îmi place tare în pizdă, dar îmi place și anal. Ți-ai dat drumul pe mine și este fierbinte. Îmi place stropită, nu sunt deloc cu minte. Haide încă o dată și nu o dăm bară. După altă muie îmi zici, doamna profesoară. Ține-mă lesă că nu sunt fată bună. Toți copiii tăi ei am acum în gură. Ce-mi place pula, pula de golan. Am înghițit odată și s-au dat pe tobogan. Ține-mă lesă că nu sunt fată bună. Toți copiii tăi ei am acum în gură. Ce-mi place pula, pula de golan. Am înghițit odată și s-au dat pe tobogan.
Like, if she was able to put on 22 pounds of muscle in 3 months, if she continued to train, like, 3 more months, and then 3 more after that in, like, 3 years, she would probably end up putting on 80 pounds of muscle.
Sydney Sweeney has very gains.
Sydney Sweeney gained her entire lifetime of gains in 3 months. Coach Greg, in today's video, Sydney Sweeney added 35 pounds of muscle for a boxing movie role. No, she didn't. I am sick and tired of all the lies. Why does Hollywood keep doing this to us? 35 pounds of muscle in 3 turking months. What is up with all the lies? Are they now doing this on purpose? I ate chicken, broccoli, and rice. I trained 6 hours a day, and I put on 30 pounds of muscle in 3 months. It's gotten to the point where the regular person, you know, people who don't watch Coach Greg, they're not watching Coach Greg and chill, that they actually are starting to believe this, that all you need to do is up the protein, go to the gym, and, well, you're going to get jacked. That it's that easy. Even with trenbolone sandwiches, you're not going to put on 35 pounds in 3 months. I mean, this is a woman. She started about 120 pounds. 35 pounds of muscle would be the difference between somebody who's never set foot in the gym and somebody who's competing at the Miss Olympia Championship. 35 pounds on a woman is a lot. It would be like 70 pounds of muscle on a man. And so most women, i.e. 99% of females, will never put on 35 pounds of muscle in their entire lifetimes, even with steroids. So how is Sydney doing it in 3 freaking months? Sydney's 2-month training, oh, I'm sorry. It was only 2 months. 3 of the months were bulking on protein and 2 months of training. And so think of how ridiculous this is. This is about 15 pounds of muscle per month. Half a pound of muscle a day. Most people struggling to gain half a pound of muscle a month. She's out there doing it in a day. And so what did she do? Well, let's see. Let's copy her program. 1 hour of weight training in the morning. That's fine. That makes sense. I can see that. 1 hour of working out. Next, 3 hours of boxing. How many of you think that doing 3 hours of boxing is going to help you to put on more muscle? Boxing is mostly cardio. It's going to make you fit. It's going to burn off a tremendous amount of calories. And so if Dea said she lost 35 pounds in 3 months because she was training so much, that would have made more sense. If somebody started at 200 pounds and 3 months later, they're down 35 pounds from doing an hour of weights and 3 hours of cardio, I would believe it. And she's not even done there, guys. 1 hour of weight training in the evening. How many of you think that that is necessary? You have a newbie lifter. Hey, I want to get in shape. What am I going to do? Well, for day 1, we're going to work out for 1 hour with weights. Then we're going to do 3 hours of boxing, and then we're going to go and do another hour of lifting weights because the first hour it wasn't enough. This is severe overtraining. And so because of that, you know that Sydney Sweeney is on performance-enhancing drugs. Does anyone think that these famous actors are 100% natural? As soon as you hear put on 35 pounds of muscle in 3 months, you have to assume she's on abusive doses of performance-enhancing drugs. Steroids, SARMs, peptides, growth hormone, insulin, everything. You're expecting to see an incredible transformation. Perhaps she's shaving, losing her hair. She's going to have a puffy face. She's going to have severe side effects. But when I see the after, all I see is a girl who ate a little bit more cheesecake. I don't see a woman who's abused incredible amounts of performance-enhancing drugs. I barely see any changes. I see a girl who started eating a calorie surplus, and that's it. If you start training 5 hours a day, remember, I'm an IFBB pro. I've trained my entire life and I'm fit. If I made a video right now and I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a 90-day transformation. I'm going to hop back on. I'm doing test, trend, everything under the sun. I am going to get jacked. I don't care about my health. And in 90 days from now, I'm going to put on 35 pounds of muscle. Does anyone think I could do it? I'm 192 pounds now. I'd have to get up to 227 pounds. At my biggest in my life, abusing steroids for 10 straight years, I got to 232 pounds. Does anyone think it's that easy to simply put on 35 pounds? And remember, I'm a hyper responder. I easily put on muscle and I am on Turk Platinum. If I can't get that heavy that quickly, how could she, a woman with far lower levels of testosterone? And even if I could, do you think I would do 1 hour of weightlifting in the morning, followed by 3 hours of cardio, boxing, Muay Thai, whatever, bike riding, and then another hour of lifting weights after that? If I did that, do you think I could recover? Now, add to that, while being natural. You train for an hour, your muscles are sore, and guess what? When you grow when you're not training, when you're resting. When am I resting? I'm doing 3 hours of cardio after that, and then I have to drag my ass into the gym again and do some more bicep curls yet again, more bench presses after boxing all day. This is ridiculous, and so we know that they are absolutely lying. Sydney Sweeney says that she added 35 pounds of muscle for her role in Christie by continually pounding more and more protein shakes. I mean, I don't know what I mean. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's bad enough when Wolverine says chicken, broccoli, and rice in 4 hours of working out a day. At least he's a man. It's somewhat believable to people who are very gullible. Perhaps 5% of the population are so stupid they think that guys are gaining this much muscle by just bulking up on chicken, broccoli, and rice, 6,000 calories a day, 4 hour workouts, 2 a days. But does anyone think that a dainty female is adding 35 pounds of muscle by having extra protein shakes. If this were the truth, she should start a new business. Getting Sexy with Sydney Sweeney. And this is all you have to do. You have protein shakes. You know, not chicken, broccoli, and rice. It's the shakes. Protein in liquid form. It's more bioavailable, and so you put on a ton of muscle. And in 2 months, maybe 3, you're going to put on more muscle than 99% of women put on in their entire lives. I mean, she would make even more money. Every single IFBB pro would hire her. Hey, you got 3rd at the Olympia this year? Oh, hire Sydney Sweeney. You have an extra protein shake or 2 a day, you're up 20 pounds of muscle. It's easy. It's not. Greg O'Gallagher chimes in. 35 pounds of weight. No, it isn't even 35 pounds of weight. She didn't gain 35 pounds. Even if it was just fat, it's not easy to gain 35 pounds of fat in 3 months. She would need to go in a 1,360 calorie surplus every single day for 90 days to gain that much weight in 3 months. That's perhaps almost double the calories that she would have been eating before going on this bulking diet. And remember, when you eat a lot of food, a lot of that is not actually going to turn to fat. She's doing what? 3 hours of boxing and 2 hours lifting weights every single day, 5 hours? How many calories do you think she's burning during those workouts? I mean, even if she's hardly trying at all. Let's say she's half-assing everything. Boxing, I don't feel like I'm tired. Lifting weights, yeah, just give me the 10s. She's still going to burn 200 calories per hour. That's 1,000 calories. That means she would need to eat 2,300 extra calories in order to be in a surplus just to put on that much weight. How is that possible? It's not. Like, I really don't think that she could do it. Do you all have any idea what 35 pounds of muscle looks like, bruh? Men running all the gear in the world and eating 8,000 calories a day would struggle to do this in 18 months. 35? As in 35. Like 5 away from 40, yeah, okay. Adding 35 pounds and 35 pounds of muscle are 2 different things. Yeah, and they're also 2 things that she didn't do. Oh, sorry, I've been corrected. A new article came out, a different article. Of course, it was an exaggeration. It wasn't 35 pounds. Let me read this. Sydney Sweeney gained 34 pounds and built a fighter's body for Christy. Her trainer reveals how she did it. 35 was too much. It was 34. They were rounding up. I mean, I know men all round up their heights except for Coach Greg. I literally tell you exactly what I am because I don't need to lie. But it's 34 pounds. It's not any different. It's still gonna be impossible. You're gonna convince me that this girl walked into this private training facility and committed to gaining over 30 pounds in 3 months. A girl who's been thin her entire life just said, yeah, bring it. The protein shakes, you're going to have to wolf these down. And in 3 months from now, you're going to look like a professional bodybuilding competitor. If that was actually true and I was dating Sydney Sweeney, remember, I'm not dating her, I'm with Mepsigram. But if I was her boyfriend, I'd be saying, yeah, you're not drinking any of those protein shakes because what the hell did they put in them? If they think you're somehow gaining 30 pounds of muscle in 3 months, they are giving you something in secret, probably trenbolone sandwiches mixed with Anavar. 30 plus pounds is ridiculous. If they had said 15, be like, okay, look, it's going to be hard. Half of it's going to be fat. But don't worry, we can diet it off after. But can you commit to this for 3 months? We're going to go up 15 pounds. Look, you're not going to fit any in your clothes. You're going to look like a different person. Are you willing to do it? Hey, we're paying you millions of dollars. Maybe you could convince that actress to go for it. But 30 plus, no, impossible. Robert says about 2/3 of what Sweeney put on was muscle. It was somewhere around the 34-pound mark that she ended up putting on. We first heard it was 35 pounds of muscle. Then we heard it was 34. And now we hear it's 2/3 muscle. 2/3 of 34, it's approximately 22. And so Sydney Sweeney, they're saying, trainer saying his words, that she put on 22 pounds of muscle in 3 months and also 12 pounds of fat. No. Just no. Can you understand this? Steroids, they're not magic. Putting on 22 pounds of muscle in 3 months is the work of a magician. Even with 1 in a billion genetics, it doesn't happen. In a year, yes. With steroids, yes. Top tier genetics, top 1%. With steroids, Primobolan, Anavar, the list goes on and on. 22 pounds of muscle in 1 year. But for a natural, top 1% genetics, probably 10 to 12 pounds of muscle in a year. She did double that in 3 months. I rest my case. It's not just how much you eat, it's when you eat. Bullshit. It is, in fact, how much you eat. If you ate the perfect meal 5 times a day at the exact hour, but you're eating at maintenance, you would not have gained 35 pounds. Around week 5 of training, Sweeney had already gained 20 pounds. 4 pounds a week, that's over a half a pound a day. That's about a 2,000 calorie daily surplus. Does anyone believe this? There's no way that those protein shakes were enough timed to put on 20 pounds in 5 weeks. She had dense shoulders and she was developing her back. We put 4 inches on her glutes alone, and she was loving that part of it. Y'all think she added 4 inches to her glutes in 5 weeks? Really? That it was mostly muscle, 2/3? The way back, when filming Wrapped, Roberts also helped Sweeney transition back to her natural size. People assuming going back down is easy, he says, but it takes as much discipline as putting the weight on. And so you're telling me that this girl with 1 in a billion genetics to put on 22 pounds of muscle in 3 months, that 3 months later she just lost it all, that it took willpower? How did she lose that much muscle that quickly? Did she simply lay in a bed and not move? If you put on 22 pounds of muscle, especially if it's natural, it's not just going to disappear. Is it that easy to just put on 20 pounds and lose 20 pounds whenever you want? Robert wants women especially to understand that strength training isn't the enemy. There's this fear. I don't want to get bulky or masculine, he says. Nothing could be further from the truth. If women could put on 22 pounds of muscle and 34 pounds in 3 months, it would be exactly the truth. That would be bulky. And if being strong and muscular wasn't that bad, why did she lose all of it following the movie? This is ridiculous. Like, if she was able to put on 22 pounds of muscle in 3 months, if she continued to train like 3 more months and then 3 more after that in like 3 years, she would probably end up putting on 80 pounds of muscle. Like, your first year, you have newbie gains. And so the first 3 months, you're just getting started. In the first 3 months, if you keep training for 9 more months, you're going to gain at least double that. And so the 22 pounds, if you extend it on, it would have been at least 44 pounds of muscle. Like, you just have to think of it logically. If you can gain that much muscle in a few months, you can continue to get a little bit more for years to come. You don't gain all the muscle of your lifetime in a matter of 3 months. The gains, they keep coming. The first year you gain the most, the next year you're going to gain less, and the next year even less after that. But most people can keep gaining for 10 or 15 years. And so first year, lots, less, and then it kind of just trails off after that. Sydney Sweeney gained her entire lifetime of gains in 3 months. If you want to stay natural and make more gains than last time, not 34 pounds in 3 months, but 3 or 4 pounds of muscle in a month, who knows? Perhaps if you have genetics like Coach Greg, you can do it. Remember, if it doesn't exceed your expectations, it's a money back guarantee and a $20 gift card. And so if you're interested, of course, Turk Builder Platinum and Turk Builder Max, code Greg, 15% off. Don't forget as well, if you have lower levels of testosterone, G-Test Platinum, as well as G-Focus Limitless for those of you studying, trying to write exams, concentrate, focus that much better. And so any of the supplements, head to the website, code Greg, 15% off. And if you're interested in being a sponsored athlete and or ambassador, please click the link in the description. As well, if you want to carry our amazing supplement line in your stores and gyms, please apply by clicking below. Subscribe, click the bell button, comment to boost the algorithm, like this video if you liked it. Give it a like. Watch those 2 bloops. Of course, you can get the Circle Diet Book and Cookbook 3.1. If you're interested, head over to the website and the delicious Kaiko bars. Man, Mr. Mikey loved these so much. If you enter code Kaiko, Psycho, C-I-C-O, calories in, calories out, it's 50% off. It's a great deal. Head over to my website. And until next time, I am out. Almost every single person that you think is on steroids is.
Who is the biggest fraud that you exposed?
I mean, who's the bigger fraud? Is it Mike O'Hearn or is it The Rock? Is it the guy that plays Thor? How do we decide who's the biggest fraud? Does anyone think The Rock is natural? And why would he be in his 50s? But when you think, why wouldn't somebody take a product to help them get better? If it's going to make them feel better, look the better.
I took them, up until the competition.
You could have died. Were you scared?
I was very scared.
Most people that are training are not doing it for their health. Almost all are doing it to be more attractive.
Why do you think we have an obesity problem?
We have the invention of the telephone, which has caused us to be more sedentary. There's way more highly palatable foods available everywhere. It's a recipe for disaster. I think that the average person doesn't want it bad enough. If I jumped into anyone's body watching this right now, in a year from now, I would look amazing compared to what you do right now, and I'd look like a piece of shit. Because you would jump into my body and waste it.
What would you say is your biggest insecurity? Coach Greg, thank you so much for coming on the Iced Coffee Hour. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. So I'm curious, you call out a lot of influencers who are not natty, who are taking steroids. How common is it that this happens?
I think it's way more common than people even think. It's extremely prevalent. And the reason for that is because it's still not socially acceptable. And people who take steroids, they don't want people to misjudge them or to think that they're somehow bad. So rather than just being honest, they just hide because people are going to be critical if they admit the truth.
Yeah. What percentage of people would you say are on steroids? When you see them on Instagram, they're lifting and they look just massive.
I would say almost every single person that you think is on steroids is. So probably 3/4 of the people that you would say, yeah, he's probably on steroids, there most likely are.
Who is the biggest fake natty you exposed that shocked everybody?
That shocked people? I would say probably that guy that just came back after a 2-year hiatus of doing David Dobrik. David Dobrik.
Yeah.
I made a video on that. It got like maybe 500,000 views. I'm like, this guy's not natural because he doesn't look like me. And it's like, no, you could achieve that body natural. I'm like, yes, but he didn't. So typically, it's not the guys that are most jacked. It's the guys with average physiques. And I'm like, that guy's average physique was not achieved natural because most people who take steroids don't actually look like they do.
So what do you think? Yeah, I'm so curious because David Dobrik to me seems like that would be totally achievable if you do nothing but eat really good, weight lift every day, have a trainer, have a nutritionist. Like, why couldn't you achieve that physique?
You absolutely could if you had elite level genetics. And see, that's the problem. I'll show a photo of me when I'm like 21 and I'll say, you know, I was natural. I did 42 shows natural. And they'll say, well, your physique is better than him. And you say you're natural. So why didn't he do it? I'm like, because his genetics aren't as good. You take the most elite genetics in the world and you train 100% natural compared to a guy on every steroid that you can think of who has horrible genetics. The elite natural looks way better every single time.
How confident are you that he's on something? Like a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being like I'm 100%, 80%.
What would you suggest he's on? Maybe some SARMs, HRT, peptides. There's so many things that, for example, if you have millions of dollars in access to money, and if you're not like against using performance enhancing drugs, then why shouldn't you? Like, why wouldn't he use something? Like, it's not illegal, so why wouldn't he do it? There's nothing illegal about taking a peptide. So if he was taking, for example, ipamorelin or sermorelin or IGF-1, IGF-2, MGF, there's so many different peptides that could help him build more muscle, then why wouldn't he take it? And a lot of fake natties, they'll say, I can prove it. They'll take their testosterone test and they'll post their testosterone levels. I'm like, yeah, great. You're not on testosterone. You didn't prove anything else. There's so many other things you could take. Growth hormone is another example. SARMs, like Ostarine, you probably have heard of that, maybe RAD140 or LGD, some of these things. So there's so many other things that can give you an advantage. Same thing as guys like The Rock. Does anyone think The Rock is natural? And why should he be? Why would he be in his 50s? Now, I would argue that he's probably on a lot of products, not just HRT. But when you think, why wouldn't somebody take a product to help them get better? If it's going to make them feel better, look the better, be healthier, why wouldn't they do it?
How do you know David had bad genetics? What if he just had good genetics, but his entire life just never worked out and he was eating too much?
If you have great genetics, even if you don't try, you're going to look somewhat okay, somewhat respectable, and you're going to respond very quickly.
What would you say are the safest PEDs to use and the most dangerous PEDs?
I would say the safest would be testosterone with the prescription from a doctor, which is a performance. It's because it's testosterone, and you could argue it's bioidentical, whatever. It's like testosterone. I'm on HRT, prescribed by my doctor. I get my blood work done multiple times a year. I feel very healthy. But if I push that dose higher than the doctor recommends, that's when it becomes dangerous. But at the dose that's recommended, I think it's very healthy. That to me would be probably one of the safest. But of course, if you just use it on your own, not very safe. The safest oral, probably Anavar in terms of side effects. But anything at a high dose is not going to be very safe. Other performance-enhancing drugs, I could argue, is Cialis a performance-enhancing drug? It's not banned by WADA, which is the World Anti-Doping Agency, but I think it has a performance-enhancing effect. And should it be called a drug? Well, it's debatable. Caffeine is a drug. Without question, it was banned by WADA. So in the Olympics years ago, you couldn't use caffeine above a certain level. You fail a drug test. It was considered cheating. But like we have iced coffee tower. If you drank 5 cups of coffee, is that performance enhancing? I would say absolutely. So is that healthy? A society allows us to think that some drugs are okay and some are not. What about, you might have heard the Wolverine stack, BPC 157 or TB 500. These are peptides that promote healing. You heal probably twice as fast as not using them. So if you're an MMA fighter and you hurt your elbow, your wrist, whatever, and you can heal faster, that's going to allow you to get back to training and you can have more of a performance enhancing benefit. Then we have, for example, peptides that increase your IGF-1 levels so you can build more muscle, have a muscle look a little bit fuller, recover faster. And so those are fairly safe, but depending on the country, they speak against it.
So if you had 2 twins, one is natural, one took peptides or steroids, over 3 years, what sort of difference would you see between the two, assuming they're working out and eating the exact same?
Oh my goodness. So it could be 30 pounds of muscle in 3 years, the difference.
Wow.
HRT alone, typically, and I've coached hundreds of people to do this, usually around 8 to 10 pounds of muscle in a year from HRT. That's at doctor prescribed levels, not like crazy doses, not 500 or 1,000 milligrams, just a typical dose. If I stopped my HRT, I think I would lose 10 pounds of muscle in a year. If I went completely cold turkey, no more steroids, which is testosterone. If I stopped and my dose is 140 milligrams a week, I would probably lose 10 pounds in a year. And if you started, you probably, you're a little bit, it's kind of a percentage. What's your body weight? Like 140, 150 pounds?
130, 135.
So probably not going to be 8 to 10, but I bet you gain 6, 7 in a year at a low dose prescribed by a doctor. So significant. Peptides would be less.
What if your testosterone is already high and you just bump it up even more? Does that make a difference?
You would still be able to build more muscle, but of course it would have to be at a higher level. So if let's say you're pushing 1,000 nanograms per deciliter, which would be significantly like high, like way above average, and you take steroids at low doses, and it's only enough to keep you at 1,000, it's not going to make as big a difference as you bump it up to 1,500. But it will still make a difference because the normal person's testosterone levels go through highs and lows. So for example, if you don't sleep for a day or two because you're stressed out, you're working, your testosterone levels go down, you're not going to build as much muscle. Versus somebody like me, my testosterone levels are always high because I'm on exogenous testosterone prescribed by my doctor.
When did you first get introduced to steroids?
I was in my early 30s and I had already competed 42 times naturally. I started competing in the 140s, and by the end of it, I was competing in the 170s. And I wanted to be an IFBB pro. And so after a few years, I was very, very much declining in my gains. I would say I averaged probably 3 pounds of muscle a year for a very long time. Then the last year or so, I was like, I don't think I put on any muscle, maybe 1 pound. And at that point, I won the Canadian Drug Tested National Championships. There was no pro cards for that. And I said, I want to be an IFBB pro. So I started taking steroids. 3 years later, I was a pro. Probably put 25 pounds of muscle difference, I would say, between the two looks. I do a lot of before and after transformation. I'll show them on my wall. It's like, this is when I was natural at my best. This is me enhanced. There's hardly any difference. I'm like, oh my goodness, there's so much on stage. It's night and day difference. Like if you put on even 15 pounds of muscle, you would look like you're on steroids for sure.
In the untested category, any bodybuilder, would you say they're all doing performance enhancing drugs?
Untested, I would say probably 90% are using steroids. Now, I was a guy that was competing in non-tested bodybuilding shows and I was winning, but I had amazing genetics. And I don't say it to brag. I'm basically saying, hey, I'm taking the power away from me. I was lucky that my genetics allowed me to look a certain way that even at 155 pounds, I looked better than a lot of the guys who weighed 200 pounds.
It's interesting. Ronnie Coleman said the exact same thing, that he credits a lot of his ability to pure genetics, that he is like the best of the best of the best.
Yes.
Combine steroids with that and you could beat the top in the world.
And he competed for a long time without
Very long time.
usage.
I believe him. And I would say me at my best with steroids, at my best, would get destroyed by him 100% natural. I
Yeah.
fully believe that. There's another example, like Chris Bumstead without steroids. Now, unfortunately, he started at 18, which is sad to see because he's such a young guy. And unfortunately, he's such a great guy, but he's a negative influence to the people of the world who saw him at 18 take steroids, because who doesn't want to be Chris Bumstead? Or like Sam Sulek. So these guys started so young, but a seed bum, Chris Bumstead, with no steroids would still look ridiculous. And so imagine he had never taken steroids and been famous and been a natural guy. Almost everyone would look at him and say, you're on steroids. I would do a natty or not on him, and I would say, let's see. Show me him at 15, 16, 17, 18. And if he had that normal progression, I'd say this guy's natural. But if you all of a sudden see that 1 year where they put on 20, 30 pounds, it's like, okay, now I got you.
What's the worst horror story from steroids you've seen?
Personally, I dated this girl 15 years ago. She was a bikini competitor and she got into competing, was doing great, decided to use Anavar 50 milligrams a day, 50 milligrams.
What exactly does Anavar do?
It builds muscle. Every steroid is an anabolic steroid. Steroids are anabolic androgenic steroids. Anavar is less androgenic, which means it causes virilization, turns you more into man, deeper voice and all that stuff. She's 50 milligrams. She put on 20 something pounds of muscle. She went from bikini into like the bodybuilding division. So she was huge, like put on so much muscle and no real negative side effects. The voice was normal. There was none of the facial hair, none of the downstairs growth, let's call it. So, I'm immune. And so after that, you get that dopamine rush of, hey, I got second place at this show. I got first place at this show. Then you want to keep going. And so from that point, now I'm going to push all in. Then comes the testosterone, the DECA, the D-ball at higher doses. And all of a sudden I'm like, what? I only dated this person for 6 weeks. What's wrong with your voice? What's going on with your face? Like facial hair growth, the acne bursting through the skin, getting on a bar, squatting and seeing blood from the acne busting. Gross.
No.
Like this is just disgusting. And I'm like, you need to stop. This person just kept pushing it like that, would not stop, passing out in the gym. People were blaming me throughout Canada because they thought I was the one that was giving it to her because I had dated her for a few. Look at Greg, he coached her. I'm like, I had nothing to do with this. I tried to make her stop. But of course, there's always someone in your corner whispering in your ear, take more, take more. You're going to be the best. You'll be Miss Olympia. Just keep going. And so they don't listen. And so this kind of stories happen all the time. It happens everywhere. I do videos on these people all the time that happen at the Miss Olympia show. I mean, that's horrendous, but there's worse stories. There's people who die.
And what happened to her?
Well, she ended up getting into OnlyFans at one point. I haven't heard from this person in years. She ended up using, I believe it was meth and just being like, I mean, just a mess. Like,
do you think that her lack of like logic and reasoning skills was a product of this PED abuse, or do you think that it was something that she probably had for a long time that led to the PED abuse that got maybe exacerbated by that and then went to the meth and everything?
When you take steroids as a man or as a woman, it changes your mind. Like you really become a different person. I've talked to many women like this. Men already have higher levels of testosterone, 10 or 12 times higher than women. And so when she took testosterone, and it was testosterone and other drugs, she probably had more testosterone than me, a lot more. She's fighting people at the bar, fist fights. And it's like, whoa. And then you start winning and you want to win more and you just can't think rationally. You become more aggressive. You become like hyper masculine and it changes you as a person. You're no longer feminine. Like a lot of people think men and women, we're all the same. Let's all be equals. We're not equals. We're different people. Men and women are not the same and nor should they be the same. But in society today, we try to treat people like, no, let's all treat everyone the same. We shouldn't be treated the same. So a woman with male hormones becomes more of a man, and this creates a downward spiral. And I do think that that's one of the causes of what led her to do all these things.
What are some of the biggest mistakes people make if they do decide to take steroids?
The first mistake I think they do is taking too much.
I'm sure many of you remember that we did an episode with Jordan Peterson this past year, and on top of that just being a massive personal milestone for me, it meant seriously so much. It was also just one of my favorite episodes we've ever recorded here on the Iced Coffee Hour, but it gets even better than that because I am so incredibly excited to announce that we are partnered with Peterson Academy to sponsor today's video.
Peterson Academy is Jordan Peterson's online university, and it's open for enrollment right now. If you love learning, want to study under world-class professors, or have ever gained anything from Dr. Peterson's books, lectures, or or podcast, then this platform's for you.
Every month, Peterson Academy releases 4 new, in-depth, 8-hour university-level courses taught by top experts across philosophy, history, psychology, science, business, and more. These courses are seriously designed to keep you engaged, and they offer optional testing to solidify your understanding. Plus, there's also an online community where you can connect with other curious and ambitious learners.
And right now, they're offering a 20% discount for anybody under the age of 25, as well as any students, teachers, or military personnel, whether you're active duty or a vet. It's just $599 or $59 a month for access to more than 40 courses, with 4 new ones being added every single month. All of this comes, by the way, with a 7-day money-back guarantee, so there's no reason not to try it. All you have to do to get started is go to petersonacademy.com/ICH with a link down below in the description. Again, it's petersonacademy.com/ICH.
Seriously, guys, if you enjoyed the contents of our podcast with Jordan Peterson, or you just like what he has to say online, I strongly recommend you join Peterson Academy because the quality is just unmatched.
Thank you so much, Peterson Academy, for sponsoring this podcast.
Many people think that they should take, for example, 500 milligrams of test and tren because that's what such person took. Well, I'm going to take this. The babiest of smallest of doses would make a significant difference, but people want all the gains right now. And so they see the best transformations in the world. The guys put on, say, 20, 30 pounds of muscle in like 3 months. And so when they take steroids and they don't put on 10 pounds, they're like, well, what's wrong with me? And they take much too high of a dose. Second thing is they take too many different steroids rather than just saying, I'm just going to only take testosterone or I'll only take Anavar. They take several things at the same time, very high doses. And they do these steroids for way too long. And what do the average person think? They think, well, I'll just do it. And I watched Chris Bumstead win. How'd it hurt him? He's a millionaire. I watched Sam Sulek get 5 billion followers and he just won his pro card. Does he go on or off? We don't know. So who's actually outspoken? Who talks about this? I did. I talked about everything that happened to me. And what happens? You're a bad person, Greg, because you took steroids and you tell this and you promote it to people. I'm like, I do the opposite. I think I've done more to be anti-steroid than almost anyone. But yet people will criticize me for being open. Well, I just don't talk about it. Well, if they talked about it and expressed the negative things that happen, I think that would be way better.
What would happen if you took someone that didn't go to the gym, they don't diet, and they started taking steroids?
They've done these studies. And so this is actually confused people because they gave them 600 milligrams of testosterone and they said, don't train and take it. What'll happen? And the thing is, they all gained a lot of weight, 10, 15 pounds. And so they said, oh, see, steroids build muscle without working out. But the problem is it gains weight. Doesn't mean it's muscle. Water weight, for example, you use a DEXA scan and you're up 10 pounds, but you're bloated. Like when I took steroids, my face was like a moon face, like I was puffy. I had the ripped 6-pack, single-digit body fat, perhaps the same leanness as now, but I looked fatter in the face. And so when people take steroids and they don't work out, they gain a lot of weight, but it's mostly water weight. And the problem is, as soon as you stop, you lose that weight. And so if you do take steroids and don't train, you're not really getting anything from it whatsoever, aside from, you know, some of the problems that come. Of course, some positive side effects could be like your improved sex drive or ability to concentrate, work harder, that goes up. But as far as just building muscle, you need a stimulus for muscle growth to occur.
Are steroids always bad? Is there anyone who should be taking them?
Steroids are not always bad. For example, I need to take them. Now, is it my own fault? Yes. I abused steroids for probably about 10, 11 years. And then I stopped and the doctor said, you know, your testosterone levels are in the toilet. I had 47 nanograms per deciliter in one test, another test 49. Normal males like say 250 to 1,000 or so. So I was more like a female. And because of that, my sex drive was horrible, hard to get erections, hard to sleep well, hard to concentrate. You feel like garbage. You feel aches and pains. You're more moody. You just don't feel good. You don't feel right. You don't feel like you should. And so anyone that takes steroids for an extended period of time and then stops, you're going to go through this period where you feel like Superman when you're on them. But when you go off of them, it's the opposite effect. I compare it to you get drunk and you feel really good and it's amazing. Then the next morning you wake up and you're hungover with a headache. As good as you feel on the steroids, the opposite's going to happen when you get off.
So if those are all of the negative consequences of having low testosterone, what are some natural ways someone could increase their testosterone?
Natural ways to increase testosterone. There's not the greatest amount of things you can do. You're going to need to get enough sleep. So most people would have normal levels of testosterone if they didn't do stupid things. So partying, doing drugs, drinking, staying up all night, being extremely stressed out, going on crash diets. So not having a healthy diet, like not eating enough vitamins, minerals, or just starving yourself, not eating. A lot of people that have low levels of testosterone, they're bodybuilders. They diet down to say 5% body fat, or they suffer from anorexia. That causes their testosterone levels to go down. So if you don't do all those things, you're likely going to feel pretty healthy. It's rare that a person actually needs testosterone replacement, maybe say 1 or 2% of the population.
What percentage of the top level bodybuilders would you say have eating disorders or some sort of body image issue?
Well, even I did this research back in my university days, and it was like 25% of athletes involved in weight classes have eating disorders, whether it's bulimia, anorexia, and so on. That's in a weight class. So they could count wrestling, fighting, any kind of boxing, 25% of those. In bodybuilding, you're being judged on your appearance. And so it's much higher than that. And so I'm going to go and say roughly 50% of the people that I would have coached or I know of have disordered eating behavior, whether you want to call that an eating disorder or not. It's extremely prevalent. It's horrible. It's like, when I hear a person very excited to be a bodybuilder, I'm always thinking, now that I'm older, I'm like, okay, this is great. I love the sport, but I am concerned because I know that once you get into it and you see yourself shredded, like you say you're a normal guy, you're like 20% body fat. You're not bad. You might almost have abs. Then you diet down and you're shredded and you got the oil on and you dieted and you're just amazing. And then everyone's like, wow, look at your abs. You look amazing. Then you go off of that and you gain back the weight. It might only go to 15%. You were 20 here. You get down to 5. You go back to 15. You always remember 5. You always remember all the compliments you got. You don't remember, well, I used to be 20 or 15. You compare yourself to your best. And so that's one of the biggest problems with using steroids or competing is that you will remember you on that day on stage, and then you're triggered, and that's when the eating disorders come from remembering how you used to look. You look in the mirror and you're like, I don't like how I look anymore. I remember how I was. And then it's a constant battle of starving yourself, doing cardio. I mean, just as early as yesterday, a guy wrote me, he's like, I'm doing 100 minutes of cardio on the bike a day, and I'm eating 2,000 calories a day, and I'm not lean enough. I'm like, show me a picture. He's like 5'8" and weighs 135 pounds. And it's like, well, you look healthy. Like, but do you really need to do all this? And that happens to, I would say, 50% of people.
How do you draw the line between dedication and disorder?
I think that it's when it negatively affects your life. And so I've been accused of having an eating disorder for years. I watched my YouTube videos. People made YouTube videos about it. You eat from your cookbook. You're eating all these vegetables and fruits and high volume meals, and look at you biking. And I'm like, I love all this. It's fun for me. I enjoy it. I look forward to every time I bike. I was riding a bike an hour this morning. I rode a bike an hour yesterday. I can't wait. It makes me happy. I enjoy it. I like the foods that I eat. But if I felt negative, if I couldn't take my shirt off at any time in the day, if I couldn't take a photo and I had to say, can you take 10 photos of me and I'll delete the 9 that don't look good and I'll post that one? I could take my shirt off right now, stick my stomach out and stand in front and wave at the camera and say, hey, it's me. I'm happy. But if I couldn't do that, if I couldn't go to the pool unless I skipped lunch, you know how many people like they diet down to go to Mexico? I'm like, I'm just showing up. You're like, what do you mean? I'm like, you think I'm going to do all this so I can look good at the beach in Mexico? I already look good. I look better than 99% of people, so I don't have that. But most people don't like their bodies, no matter how good they are. Like CBum. Do you think he likes his body right now? He thinks he's a skinny bitch. Like he literally does. He's lost 20 pounds of muscle. He's like, man, I look like this in Prague. I look like this at the Olympia. Now it's like, I can't train this on my shoulder. He's got a shoulder injury. It's like, he doesn't like it. He wants that body. And so no matter how good you are, it's never enough.
So I've seen these TikToks of these street interviewers going up to different girls in the party scene, and they show them 4 different images of different body fat percentages. And one is like super lean, and then it gets to maybe like, 15%, and then 20%, and then like 25%. They ask these girls, which one do you think is the most attractive? And none of them ever say the completely shredded one, like the super muscular, like probably gym goer 7 days a week. Do you think that after a certain point of having a bodybuilding physique, you're really getting more of your attention from men?
The first thing is never ask a woman her opinion because she doesn't know what she's talking about. That's the first. This is true. So they said, they showed CBum's picture in the off season. He was 10 or 11%. What do you think of this? Dad bod. They said he had a dad bod. I was on Myron's show with those girls. I don't know what it's called. And they said, yeah, we like dad bods. We don't like bodybuilders. And then I turned to the woman. I said, so what do you think of me? She's like, yeah, you have a good dad bod. I'm like, I'm a professional bodybuilder. What are you talking about? And so that's the problem.
She's
Women
saying that
don't-
to go viral.
They didn't know.
But you know what? Sometimes
They
you,
have
you
no
hear
clue.
women where they say, how much does a man need to make? And they're like, oh, $500,000
Something
a
average,
year.
yeah, like
or
half a
like,
mil.
I've seen so many, $1 million a year, they have to make minimum to date them.
A
And they're
woman
like
wants
a
100
six.
grand as a minimum. That's the average salary, right?
I
think
refuse
it's
to believe that.
It's a
They're doing that
perception
for
thing.
click.
I don't think
They
so.
do not. Women have no clue what they want. They want a dad bod, but the dad bod's Jason Momoa. They do. I've seen this. It's not BS. Women have no clue what they want. They also want a man who's going to treat them like a princess and do this and do that. I'm like, no, you don't. They don't want them what they want. Have no clue. And so what do these women want? I'll tell you what they want. They want between 10 and 12% body fat, ideal. 5%, it's getting kind of extreme. They don't really want that. Now, some do. Girls who are in the fitness industry, like bikini models, competitors, girls who like really are into working out, they like that because that's your circle. Like my circle is like my friends, half of them are on steroids, half of them are jacked. The girls the same way. And so they're used to this. But the average woman doesn't need a guy who's like 5% body fat. Like I'm at 8%. So they don't need this. But 10 to 12, 1 in 100 men are at 10% body fat. So the ideal is 10 to 12. So the top 95% of men, that's what they want. Now, do they want 5%? The 1 in 1,000? No, that's a bit extreme. Chris Bumstead on show day, shredded. They don't need that. They just want Chris Bumstead as a dad bod in his off season, like the way he looks right now. 245 pounds, 6'1", jacked. That's what they want.
So if you were to go walking on a cruise with your shirt off or something like that, how many compliments would you say you get on your physique in 1 hour, and how many from guys and how many from girls?
I would say 90% of compliments are from men, and I'm being generous. It's probably 95% men. And it depends. Like most people that compliment me now, they already know me from YouTube and stuff. But if I'm going back to when I was younger, it's almost all men. And maybe not so much at the beach, but at the bar, it would be continuous all night. Wow, look at a physique. Every time I go to the washroom, men. How many girls? I've only been like grabbed in the ass by like maybe 3 girls in my life at a bar, hardly ever approached. And so if you're thinking you're developing a body to get girls, it's not. You're going to get lots of dudes though.
But if you're optimizing to get girls, what would be the ideal physique from
I would
your
say
perspective?
your size, but leaner. Like not jacked. Like I'm about 190. If I was 160, like lean like this, it'd be very good. Like there's no way you need this much muscle. A great looking natural physique, like the pinnacle top form natural who's trained for 10 years, that's probably what girls are looking for. Very lean, aesthetic. They don't care about the massive size, but definitely if like, I'm not gonna bullshit the guys. Girls will like you more at 10%, 12% than they will at 20 for most people. And so if you're trying to looks max, getting a 6-pack, but not having veins, not being crazy and not having steroid size, that's important.
I've always said this before, but Brad Pitt from Fight Club has always been my ideal, like aspiration body type. Is that.
And I would say that women don't need
work
that
towards that.
lean. He was in the 140s. How tall is Brad Pitt?
5'10",
and he was in the
right?
140s.
Give
So
or take.
not
Yeah, but
huge.
really, but lean though.
But definitely
Yeah.
lean. But like, you don't need to be that lean, but certainly 10 to 12 is a great look for most men. It's that beach body. You definitely have a 6-pack, but you're not like so crazy that your chest is
Yeah.
strided and it's like ridiculous.
It was interesting. After Brad Pitt, I think it was either Justin Bieber, his body, or David Beckham was like the next one up
I
from
thought it was
that.
like Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yes, he's
was
highly
one
sought
of-
after. That physique,
Yeah.
absolutely. And you know what's funny? Of course, you can get that physique natural,
Yeah.
but most can't. Most people can't get a David Beckham or Cristiano Ronaldo physique while being natural. But with steroids and a very good diet, or perhaps some Ozempic and GLP-1, and you starve yourself with steroids, that's probably what you're going to look like that level of physique. And so the problem is most people think if I take steroids, enough of them, I'll probably look something like this, or maybe like Sam Sulek, roughly somewhere around there. But the problem is 90% will be way underdeveloped from what they expect. And so, I used to sell steroids. I know what guys were taking. And so they were just not nearly as satisfied. And I would say 50% of them, if they took their shirts off and you looked at them, you couldn't tell they worked out. And you're thinking, well, why would they use steroids? Because they wanted you to think they worked out. They wanted to be able to one day go on the beach with their shirts off and have their wife, their girlfriend look at them and be like, oh, you're kind of cute. You're kind of hot.
But why do everything else other than just work out and diet? It just seems like that would be the easiest thing to do. And if you're optimizing for women, which I bet a lot of guys, they say they do it for themselves.
I would say
but
90% are lying. They're doing it to get girls. Same as
Yeah,
the girls.
So, but if
90%.
What happens if they get their wife and they just like? Why don't they just throw their physique out the window then?
Well, to start with, like, girls say they don't put makeup on for other people, it's for themselves. This is 100% bullshit. How many people get home from work and then put on makeup to sit and watch TV for themselves? Nobody does that. And so men that are just not, do it for me, they're doing it so they can feel good about the compliments for getting from men and for women. And so most people that are training are not doing it for their health. Steroids are not good for your health. Anyone that takes steroid, any bodybuilder, I don't care if it's CBum, if it was myself, any person that takes steroids, other than prescribed from a doctor, is doing something unhealthy. I would say it's equal to being morbidly obese. So when I was taking steroids, it's the same thing like smoking cigarettes or being 300 pounds of fat. It's not healthy. So if you're going to the gym for yourself, who goes to the gym to be less healthy, to live less long? And so if you're taking steroids, automatically not healthy. So when people go to the gym and take steroids and try to look a certain way, I think almost all are doing it to be more attractive. Attraction is more important than health.
How often are you wrong about your call-outs? Where you've said someone's not natty, but it turned out you were wrong.
I've done 3 videos in my lifetime and probably done 100 posts of natty or nots where I said, oh, I was actually wrong. So I'd say almost always I'm right, but I definitely have made errors.
Do you ever feel bad about calling someone not natty when they are?
That's why I make the videos. Like I had
but
Lex Little, I did that on. There was another power lifter. And I'm like, do I feel bad? Yes, of course.
What about, do you have any remorse or feel bad calling people out who might not want to be called out? Or maybe they're just like, oh, shit.
Like they don't want to attract any attention to themselves or something like that.
That's a great question. And I can empathize with why they don't want to do it. So for example, sometimes I'll say, well, why do you think they're not admitting it? Like The Rock doesn't say he's on steroids, but we all know he is. And like, why doesn't he do that? Well, I don't know if he would have the same acting career. And I think that they justified in themselves that if he were to say he's on steroids, same as like Mike O'Hearn, if they come out and admit that they're on steroids, I think that they've justified it in themselves that, well, this would be worse. Because then if everyone in the world knows The Rock's on steroids, maybe he thinks other people would use steroids. But I think it would do the opposite. I think if people said, wow, The Rock's on steroids, this guy's on steroids, Chris Hemsworth, or any of these guys, like famous guys came out and said they're steroids, people's bar would be lower. Because if I'm a 20-year-old, like, and I'm growing up and I'm watching Hulk Hogan and all these guys on steroids and I'm thinking, yeah, I want to look like that, they would never use steroids. But if we knew that all these celebrities, actors and so on were on steroids, people would say, oh, that physique isn't a normal physique to achieve natural. So I think that we need a paradigm shift in thinking where people actually come out and admit it. The Rock says, you know what, guys? I actually been taking tests, I've been taking Tren, I've been taking peptides, and I have body dysmorphia. I can't handle not looking good. I need this. And then people who, worship The Rock will be like, wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know men felt this way, that they felt the need to have that much muscle. Because imagine the pressures. It's completely changed in the last 30 years. Before, it was just mostly women. When I was a kid growing up, I didn't feel pressure I had to look a certain way. But look at social media now. It's like there's the same amount of pressure on a male to look good as a woman, and almost worse. Women, they need breast implants and whatnot, but they don't have to put on muscle. Men, they need a drug to look the way that women want them to look.
Do you think that virtually all A-list actors that get shredded for a certain job take some sort of performance-enhancing drug? Like, what about like Tom Holland, for example? If you know who Tom Holland is, he got jacked for Spider-Man. You think he's on something?
Tom Holland, I would have to, like, honestly, I know he is, but I didn't see a crazy transformation that he made. Like, I don't remember it. I'd have to see it. But I would say it's 50-50 that, for example, he would have, and I would say 50-50 that almost any Hollywood actor that has any kind of importance on looking at all aesthetic, at all, even slightly remotely that would be benefited by that, would be tempted to take something for sure. I would say at least 50%.
What about Logan Paul?
Logan Paul, I would say he's not natural.
Pretty confidently?
I would confidently bet that he's not, yes.
Who is the biggest fraud that you exposed?
I mean, who's a bigger fraud? Is it Mike O'Hearn or is it The Rock? Is it the guy that plays Thor? Is it a famous? And how do we decide who's the biggest fraud? Is it Dana Lynn Bailey? Is it a female? Is it a male? Like, I don't know how we quantify who is a bigger fraud. Somebody that lies about it every day or somebody who has the most followers? Like, I would
say lies about it every single day through their teeth.
the Michael Hearn is the most notoriously famous person that is exceptionally obviously lying that's on steroids. I think that he's justified in his head that he can't just admit it. I almost think that he's like convinced himself, because there's no way he's natural. I would bet my life against $1 that he's not natural. There's no way he's natural. But I think that he's in his 50s and it's like, what's the point? It's a joke. It's like part of me now. I think maybe he's justified and said, well, if I come out and say that I'm a fake natty for all these years, that, well, maybe kids will think that they should use steroids, so I'm going to lie for their benefit. Like, I think people justify, like, no one wants to lie. When you ask somebody a question straight up to their face, like when I talk to people face on, like I'm talking to you, let's say you're on steroids. Are you on steroids? They'll kind of like, well, what makes you think? My friend, they don't want to say no. Like if you say, Greg, are you on steroids? I say, yes, I'm on 140 milligrams. I can look at you in the eye and say it. But when people are lying, they tend to not want to lie. So I can tell oftentimes by body language when I meet somebody in person, I'm like, you've been saying you've been natural or not? And I look at them in the eyes and I just ask them, and 9 out of 10 times you can tell. It's like we were talking about the Shin Dim show. Shin Lim and the opening act, and he had people in the audience. And one of the parts of the act was he said, you're going to draw a picture and I'm going to predict which 3 people drew those pictures. I was from behind and I looked and I said, her, first picture, her, and her. And I got it right 3 in a row, did I not? And it was like, you can tell by how people act. People don't want to lie. And so people that are lying about being natural, you can kind of tell in the way they answer the questions. And so sometimes I'll just look at how they respond or how they'll answer a question in a video. And I'll be like, that's a liar, I can tell.
If you could have confirmation on one influencer, whether they're taking something or they're not, who would it be?
Now, before we go into that, the average time to hire for most organizations is 30 to 45 days. Are you tired of a costly and lengthy hiring process?
Simplify and speed up your recruitment by using the experts at Express Employment Professionals. Reduce time to hire, cut down on multiple interviews, and lower your recruitment costs. Whether you're looking for contract workers or a new team member, Express Pro's recruiting, candidate screening, and hiring process is more efficient than doing things on your own. Visit expresspros.com today.
Haven't used a staffing company before? Well, we know that you enjoy learning new things and keeping up with trends and efficiencies. So make a change this year with your hiring, because businesses are navigating a hiring landscape that has never been more expensive or regulated. Just start at expresspros.com to find a location near you. With more than 860 locally owned offices, you'll get the hiring support you need at expresspros.com today with the link down below in the description. Thank you so much, Express Pros, for sponsoring this podcast.
If you could have confirmation on one influencer, whether they're taking something or they're not, who would it be?
Confirmation. I mean, the ones that I need confirmation, I don't need it. Like, I would want Michael Hearn to come out and say that he's not natural. In the fitness industry, he's the most famous one, the most enjoyable to say, here's proof. But I don't need proof. I would bet my life against all of ours in this room. We're all going to die if he's not. I know he would fail. And Mike and The Rock, 100%, I know for certain. I would swear on the Bible. I would bet I would bet my family's. There's no way this guy's natural. And so but I would love to have the proof. Then I could say here, because then people would know. And I think The Rock would make the biggest difference in Hollywood because he has 500 million followers. That would be a huge difference. And Michael Hearn in the fitness industry, I think that would make the biggest difference.
What do you think is one of the biggest scams in the fitness industry that people are just unaware of?
That it's not calories in, calories out to lose weight. I think that the people that are like trainers are trying to trick people into this different ways to lose weight. Like if I eat 2,000 calories of licorice a day, I'm going to get ripped for sure because it's not enough calories for me. And so I think that's a huge scam, that it's not that if you eat carnivore or keto or don't eat carbs after midnight, that there's just something going to happen. That if all you eat is butter, you need a calorie deficit to lose weight. To me, that's the biggest myth.
Which influencer, if they're natty or not, came out would have the biggest downfall?
A natty or not that they came out. I wonder. I debated if it was actually Michael Hearn, and I don't think it would hurt him that much. I think it would actually bring more popularity. I think that all the people that have come out, for example, Alex Eubank was a huge natural influencer, over 1 million followers, and he ended up going on HRT. Now, previously, I've accused him of being a fake natty, of which I still think it. I still consider myself friends with him. I talk to him. I help him as much as I can. And so even though he's a fake, like, I don't dislike people who are fake natties. Like, I'm thinking, if I was in the same circumstance, would I not do the same thing? And it's like, you can't judge what somebody does unless you were given that exact same situation that you'd be in. When he went out and he said, look, I'm on HRT, 200 milligrams prescribed by my doctor, he had a spike in views because people are now talking about him. And so I don't know if it would hurt anyone. Like, let's say if somebody really natural, like Will Tennyson, maybe Will Tennyson, or no, I don't even know. He's so well, I think that anyone that would come out and admit that they're taking something. Now, I'm just to be clear, I'm not using Will Tennyson being a fake nat, but like in case people are like clipping it and thinking. So anyone that would say, you know what, I decided to do this. I think everyone would respect that. I think people respect honesty so much at this point because hardly anyone is honest. I think that if they were to come out and be honest, I think everyone would be a net positive. Every single person, I think, would be overall better.
When did you start getting into fitness? And at what point did you start taking it to the next level?
I mean, at 10, I was lifting weights with my dad and my twin brother in the basement and following a 3-day split, doing sets of 6 reps for each muscle group and taking it serious, like really serious. We did that for 6 months. My dad hurt his arm doing curls and then I wasn't allowed to train. But my parents were school teachers. So I got home from school earlier. So I lifted weights in the basement in secret. And I mean, at 13, I was benching like 230 pounds. I weighed about 120 something. So I was like a little guy with a lot of strength. I was competing at 18, like last year in high school. I took it serious at 10. Like I was into it, like hardcore serious at 10. I was into everything, anything I could see personal improvement in myself. I just absolutely love, whether it was like I was doing triathlons at 13. I was swimming, biking, running, competing. Any sport where I could measure myself against myself, I didn't need to beat anyone else. I just loved improving. And so bodybuilding was just like a personal journey to see, I want to get more muscle. I want to get stronger. And I loved it. Every bit of it.
Do you think you were raised that way or do you think you were just born like that?
I think it's born like that. I think more so born than raised. I mean, my family, my twin doesn't really compete that much, although a little bit, but he was never into it like I was, but he was more into studying. Like my twin is like really a genius and he's like, it's super smart. My whole family is really smart, but he's like at a next level. But I think you just want to be good at stuff. And when you see yourself good at something, you want to keep pursuing that. Like I think if I was really good at piano, I probably would have done more piano, but I wasn't that good. I wanted to be good at something. And I was really good at lifting weights, bodybuilding and strength sports. So I did more of those. But I mean, I was a phys ed teacher for 11 years. I loved all sports. I loved competing, but I didn't care if I won or lost. Like really, I could play badminton or basketball. I'd lose. I would always win the most sportsmanlike award. You think I'd be like athlete of the year or something? I mostly won like the sportsmanlike because I was just a guy that liked to have fun. I was just really a chill guy, just having a good time.
How does your twin compare to you physically?
He's about 5'3.5" and 138 pounds. He's actually competing at the World Championships in Taekwondo in like a couple months. So he's like cutting down to like whatever the weight class, 130 something pounds. He runs. He's quite athletic in terms of running. He beat me in certain sports. He was better than me at hockey, but every other sport I was pretty much better than him. But, he was very, very athletic, but like more so, like I'll tell you the story. When I was like 2 or 3 years old, my parents bought us both sippy cups. There's a cup with the lid because when you're a kid, you're going to make a mess. Mine said strong on it. His said smart. He had a thing with the glasses. And so even back when I was 3, I remember associating myself with being this strong kid. And he was a smart kid. And trust me, he got the highest average. He's like super smart. I would go in the backyard and lift rocks and say, can you lift this rock to my twin? And I could lift the rock and throw it. And I was just so excited about this. Or deadlift a paint can. My parents are like, you could barely walk and you're deadlifting the gallon of paint. They're like, you're just into it. And so I think you're born with it. Because I don't think they raised me to be like, you should lift weights or you should bike race. I naturally want to do these things.
So what's holding people back, the average person, from getting in shape?
I think that the average person doesn't want it bad enough. And I think that a guy like David Goggins acts like you can just want it. Like you can just do it. I actually think it's very much intrinsic or very much internal. Like I do think there's a very much a biological adaptation or some almost like I'm born with an obsession that makes me want to do it. And I don't think you can just teach that. I don't think I can just convince you to want it as much as me. I posted the other day on my Instagram, I said, if I jumped into anyone's body watching this right now, in a year from now, I would look amazing compared to what you do right now. And I'd look like a piece of shit because you would jump into my body and you'd be like, oh, this is great. And you'd start eating chips. You wouldn't ride your bike every day. You wouldn't watch what you're eating. You wouldn't care about your health. Now, not everyone, but like the vast majority of people would come into my body and waste it. And then they would lose all the gains that I've made. I would jump in their body and be like, wow, I'm 300 pounds now. This sucks. I'm in a calorie deficit. I'm going to ride my bike 1 or 2 hours a day. A year from now, that person's in shape.
What's an exercise you see people doing all the time, but it's actually pretty useless?
Useless. Front lateral raises. That would be pretty useless because most people have overdeveloped anterior delts, front delts, especially guys that are bench pressing and stuff. On YouTube, that's been promoted lately, it's those in bent over rows with 10-pound dumbbells where they're doing this thing. That's pretty useless. It's not heavy enough. That's a very common one. But I think that most people doing any exercise, there is benefit. If you're pushing to failure or going close to failure on any exercise, even if it's done incorrectly, it's probably going to build some muscle.
Why do you think we have an obesity problem? There's been a picture circulating Twitter, which is really interesting. They show a picture in the 1970s of people on a beach, and everyone is just like in shape. And then you see now, and it's rare to see someone who's at like a healthy body weight.
Well, there's a few different reasons. The main ones is because we have the invention of the telephone, which has caused us to be more sedentary. We have computers, TV, and so on. And so we just sit at our phones. And so rather than moving a lot, we don't move. So we exercise less. So there's less movement. The next is there's way more highly palatable foods, as in there's high sugar, high fat foods available everywhere, fast food restaurants and so on. And you combine those two things and it's a recipe for disaster. Like really, if people were to just not have a phone and move more, go for walks more and eat healthier foods, less fast food, 100% the weight loss would happen.
So if someone is overweight, how much of that is purely out of their control?
Well, I would say it's probably 50-50. It's 50% environmental or like your genetics or whatever. Like it's half and half. Can you do something about it? Yes. Can you do all about it? No. And so if I said to anyone, like, let's say you were sitting here and talking to me and you're 100 pounds overweight, I would say, look, I wish you could lose 100 pounds. I want to help you. If I had a client, they hire me, and I do this all the time. I don't think 100 pounds is realistic for you. And it's hard sometimes to tell them, like, they hire me all the time. Like, here's my dream physique. I want to like look like this. Probably not going to happen. I'm like, can we get halfway there? So let's lose 50 pounds instead of 100. If you're 50 pounds overweight, try to lose 25 and keep it there, because losing all of it, I don't think it's realistic unless you're aided by drugs like a GLP-1, like Ozempic or something prescribed by your doctor. The fight to urge of being hungry, like, I don't think people understand. People are skinny. They don't know what it's like to be obese. I do, even though I've never been obese. And why do I? Because when I do a bodybuilding show, I have absolutely no energy. I feel like shit. I'm miserable. I have barely the energy to get out of the bathtub to use the washroom. I can barely shoulder check. I've been in car accidents because I'm too tired to shoulder check driving, because the diet is so aggressive to get to 4 or 5% body fat. And so in my mind, I imagine anyone who's severely obese, to diet down to even a healthy weight, let's call it 15%, they probably feel like me when I'm at 5%. And that's a miserable life. You have brain fog, you have no energy, you're always starving. Imagine fighting that urge, that hunger urge. Like, people don't know what it is to be hungry, like to be truly hungry, like starving, like 5% body fat. You're starving all the time. And so I don't think it's fair to say to somebody who's 300 pounds, just lose 100 pounds. All it's just willpower. Maybe to get to 250, I think that's normal. Like, don't go all in and just eat everything you want, but to go to be lean, the extremes, like you're 300, now you're at 210, to get from 210 to 200, the effort required, I don't think it's fair. And so I would never say to them, like, you have to do better. But I also don't think you should just give up and just be 300 pounds. There's a difference between eating anything and everything you want and being like the perfect specimen of fitness. Like, I don't expect people to be like me. Oh, you got to ride your bike 1 or 2 hours a day and eat only lettuce or something. It's just silly. But somewhere in the middle, I think that's realistic.
Is being a little bit hungry bad? Or is it totally fine to just, like, maybe it's 8:00 p.m. You're like, it's a little bit late to be eating. I'm pretty hungry right now, but it's fine. I'll just go to bed. Like, at what point do you know if it's like, okay versus bad?
Well, for example, I'm a little bit hungry right now. I didn't eat that much. I want to eat. Now, when this is over, I'll definitely eat. Now, if I were 100 pounds overweight, I would say, okay, how hungry am I? Is it all I'm thinking of? And if it was only on my mind a little bit, I'd say, okay, I can go through it. But the average person that's lean, they don't really ever get hungry and care about it. It's easy for them. Their genetics are so made to be lean. Like, basically everyone has a certain amount of like ghrelin that's released, or fat cells. The more fat cells you have, the more ghrelin's released, the harder it is to be lean. And so I think that there's going to be some normal amount of hunger, but it shouldn't be an ever evasive thought. It shouldn't be an intruding thought all the time. If you're always every hour thinking about eating all the time, it's not healthy. Now, there's things you can do. You can eat a different diet. For example, higher fiber foods, more voluminous like fruits and vegetables, more satiating foods like proteins. It's just people don't know what they eat. Like, I don't really care about if people buy my book, but I do have a Circle Diet book and my cookbook. And it's like, if you haven't tried it, it's a game changer. Like, it's just so much easier to lose weight when the food's have half the calories. I was at the gym this morning doing my cardio, and a guy had an example. He said, I'd hardly eat and I can't lose weight. And it was like 3,000 calories, and it was like very calorie dense foods, like nuts and all that stuff, like very dense. The other person's like eating so much food, it was like double the volume, but had half the calories. And it's like, no wonder you're losing weight. Like, no wonder you can't lose weight. You're eating too many calorie dense foods like French fries, chips and stuff. But if you eat more fruits and vegetables, it really is easy to lose weight to an extent. After a while, when your body fat drops too low, then it gets hard.
For me, it's really tracking. Like, I say this all the time with finance, that when people say I can't save money, I always say, well, track how much you're making and then track how much you're spending. And every single time there's little tiny things that they don't think about that they just spend money on. It could be, going and getting a coffee, going and buying that little $20 thing, but they do that throughout the week a few times and that adds up. For me, I found myself not losing any weight whatsoever, and I thought I was eating really healthy. And I started tracking what I was eating and like inputting the calories on my fitness tracker or whatever it was. And it was sauces for me, and it was coffee creamers. And I was putting in way too much coffee creamer and way too many sauces in foods that I just didn't even think about, like spicy mayonnaise when eating sushi. Just like little things. But yeah, throughout the week, it would add up. And that was my little surplus there that prevented me from losing any weight.
I think the average person, I think it's like 32% of people under report calories by 500 or 600.
Yeah.
So most people are saying, I'm eating 1,500 calories a day. And I'm like, no, you're not. If you're eating that, you'd be ripped. You'd be peeled. There's no way you are. But they don't actually track. And I think with knowledge comes power. And I think most people don't know and are not aware of the calories that they're in the foods that they're eating. So if somebody wanted to lose weight, my first thing is always read labels for everything. Look at everything. I'm not saying don't eat the cake, don't eat the sauce, but look at it and know what you're putting in your mouth. If you look and say, wow, there's 20 calories per tablespoon and I actually put in 80 calories of ketchup, maybe I'll have sugar-free ketchup next time, which has 10 calories, and that saved you 40. Maybe instead of 300 calories of Caesar dressing, I'll only put half, or maybe I'll buy light Caesar dressing. Instead of that 1,000-calorie cheesecake, I'll eat the 500-calorie other kind of cake. Instead of Haagen-Dazs or Ben & Jerry's, I'll have this fruit. Like, it just is small changes. Like, if you still want to eat it, go ahead. It's no different than, like you're saying, with finances. Like, am I going to go and buy a dress without looking at the price for my girlfriend or something? I'm like, okay, this dress is $3,000. This one's $1,000. I like them about the same. I'm buying the $1,000 dress. It just makes sense. Same applies to food.
So what's the best diet for the average person?
The average person, best diet is eating a lot of fruit and vegetables and having a lot of meat that's lean cuts of meat, and a lot of yogurt or Greek yogurt or dairy that's low in fat. So a high protein, high fiber, voluminous diet, that's the best for most people. Now, does that mean that you can't lose weight on a keto diet or a carnivore? No. But for most people, they'll be more full by eating these foods, and so that's the best diet to follow.
What about the best supplements?
Creatine is probably the one that's been proven to build the most muscle, like maybe 1 or 2 pounds. The most unproven, but that's, I would bet my life on it, is turkesterone from Ajuga turkestanica. It's the most popular supplement I sell by far, by a long shot. The problem is the research isn't established at this point, and the research that has been done essentially has been done on fake Ajuga turkestanica from a plant from China, a copycat plant. And so it's a plant that doesn't have the same profile as the plant that it's Ajuga turkestanica, and this gives you a lot of energy, helps you build muscle. But anyway, aside from Ajuga, for building muscle, I would say something that gives you a pump, like nitrates or L-citrulline that you have in a pre-pump product. I also think caffeine is highly anabolic because it allows you to train harder. It gives you the motivation. Like, if I wake up in the morning and I'm going to do cardio and I take my caffeine, I might do an hour. If I don't, maybe I only do 30 minutes. If I'm going to the gym, instead of doing maybe 10 sets, I only do 5, or I only push half-ass. So I think caffeine, even though it's not technically building muscle, the caffeine itself, if it motivates you to go to the gym, I think it's going to build a lot of muscle. On top of that, I would say beta-alanine is a strong supporter of building muscle for people that train like higher rep sets, like maybe supersets, drop sets, and so on. But unfortunately, there's not a ton of actual supplements that make a huge difference. Like we're talking about, these are things that are going to make 10 to 20% difference from not using them.
What are your thoughts on like artificial sweeteners, Diet Coke, things like this?
I'm a huge fan of artificial sweeteners, and some people are going to argue and say no. If you drink a diet pop, it's about 150 calories. A regular pop, 150 calories for like a standard size versus 5 calories. And so you're automatically consuming less calories. And now some people say, well, that's going to trigger you to be more hungry. Yeah, but even if you added 150 calories, you're still at break-even point. Studies have also shown that people who consume like non-calorie sweetened beverages or like 0 calorie, like whether it's pop or Kool-Aid or whatever with 0 calories, those people are more satiated, and even after the diet's over, they keep more of the weight off in comparison to people who drink water. So if you were saying, if I took a group of 100 people and said, you 50, you can just drink water. You 50 can drink water and you can drink Diet Pop and Kool-Aid. This people will be more satisfied and lose more weight and keep more of it off. So I'm a fan, a huge fan of it.
What do you think are some of the biggest fitness myths out there? Like doing fewer reps but heavier weights, or doing, a lot of reps, working out abs, targeting certain fat loss in specific areas. Like, what are the biggest misconceptions out there?
I see some people posting about burning off stubborn belly fat, as you're saying. Like, there's not a thing. You can't really spot reduce. You can't just tone your arms by training your arms. It's not going to burn fat off in one spot. I'm kind of drawing a blank on like what is a fitness. Like almost everything can be a myth that's put out there. I guess let's take beginners. Beginners don't need to train very hard to make gains. That you shouldn't just, I see a lot of people, it's like the new program, a 90-day fitness challenge. Day one, they're in the gym and they're training twice a day. And I'm like, why? You just get in there and show up and you're going to do great. And I think that to the opposite extent, the more advanced trainers, I think that some people think that you shouldn't go to failure. They're trying to, if you train too hard, it's not good. Or people who are natural think that you shouldn't be training hard, that you have to hold back because you're not natural. And that if you're on steroids, that's the ones that train hard. Everyone should be training hard. But yeah, I guess being a beginner, just show up, warm up, enjoy. That's probably the thing. And another myth, taking a lot of steroids isn't going to build you the physique that you want, but you think it will. So most people who take steroids look like bigger people who are overweight. They don't look like ripped guys with six packs. That's just not a thing. Like taking steroids doesn't really make you look like you're a lean aesthetic body. Obviously puts on a lot of muscle, but a lot of muscle still with that added fat.
If you were to design a perfect, no excuses hypertrophy plan for a beginner, how would you do it?
I would ask them what they like to do, and I would try to design it as close to what they like as possible, because the perfect plan is not the one that scientifically is said to work the best. It's the one that they're most likely to do and enjoy, because enjoyment is the number one factor. If you enjoy a program, you're going to keep doing it. If you don't like it, you're not. Anyone can do a 30-day or 90-day transformation. Anyone can run for that long. Anyone can follow a diet for 30 or 90 days, but you have to love your training program and your diet to keep doing it for life. Like I wouldn't ride a bike if I didn't love it. I used to do it when I was a kid, and I do it again now. If I didn't like the meals in my cookbook, I wouldn't eat them. I would want just eating normal pizza, but because I like what I'm eating, I can keep doing it. So really, people need to focus on the enjoyment factor. And all these studies that are out there, like no matter what study it is, it's based on, say there's 1,000 people. It's the average that they're proving. They prove this works. Well, it doesn't mean it worked for everyone. It's the average person is benefiting from. So you don't know. You might be a person that benefits more from doing higher reps. You might benefit from lower reps. The average might need 5 to 15 reps.
くばされ。
ウィル、無理しないでね。この道は幼い頃のワンダリング政治でも独力では突破できなかったんだから。
ガスが
神童だった賢者でも師匠の手助けなしにはアカデミー本部の門を叩くことすらできず、その未熟を知るエピソードがあるの。
そっか、幼い頃のガスはこれを突破できなかったんだ。
何これ、呪い？見てるとすごい不安になってくるんだけど。
マナの働きはあんまり感じないんだけど。
そういうのこそ怪しいんじゃない？露骨に怪しいものに小さな仕掛けをするとか定番よ、定番。
ほんとだ、ちょっとだけ不安にさせる印が刻まれてる。
ほんと根性悪いわね。これだけで一曲歌えそうだわ。
おや客人ですかな。
お初にお目にかかります。私はウィリアム・ G ・マリー・ブラッドと申します。
私は B、 ロビーナ・グッドフェロー。素敵な沖縄さん、よろしければご尊名を承りたいのだけれど。
わしは年ばかり重ねたなんということもない老いぼれアカデミーの森番でござい